Good morning, everyone. Made it just in time. Pretty sure bipolar was just free subbed before anyway. Don't worry about it. GM, good morning. Ding ding. Ew, God. Hmm. Is that it? All right. Spread on 26C is ridiculous. For this Friday? I mean, the open interest is super low. This is garbage. Jimmy at the old 100 almost. Yeah, I mean, super close. Let's see how this plays out over the next few minutes. There's a lot of positive arbitrage this morning, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm gonna fill in the rest of these calls real quick. Order 5 104. No position on Bobby currently, but the fact that they're shorting Bobby based on someone's suicide is really slimy. Even for, hold on. Even for hedge funds, I know I shouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's based on the suicide. I feel like the suicide is just kind of the punctuation of the lawsuit, right? It it lends validity to the narrative. My volume is low. Your volume's low. I can't hear you at all, Dewey. So is James Freeman the soulless redhead kid I keep seeing everywhere? Possibly. I'm not poor shaming you. Yeah, the lawsuit's absolutely a fucking joke. It's just a bunch of broad, baseless accusations. It's lower than usual on your end. I don't know why. It everything's exactly the same as it was yesterday and Friday. I can move my microphone. Nope, I can't. That's as close as it gets. Sounds fine. Okay. Do you see Jimmy going back to 135 anytime soon, i.e. in the next few weeks? No? What? I assume you mean 33.75. Not in the next 2 weeks. Unless Jamie makes a bunch of money out of nowhere. If we hit, Isaac, thank you so much, man. If we hit 30 today for Jimmy, and that's the highest we can go to, can we stabilize at 30 till OPEX? We're likely to get pulled down with the upcoming Fed meeting, earnings tomorrow. Well, not only, welcome to Cornishon, Polar Bear. I'll get you a song in a second, man. Not only do we have the Fed meeting and earnings, right? We also have SLD during that period. So even if we hit 30 today on a move up, I would suspect that we would not be able to hold that price for the next 2 weeks. I think we'd see more downside into OPEX. Do you have any CCs open on Rev or GME? I think I have puts open on Revlon. Yeah, I have CSPs open on Revlon. I don't have any CCs open on GME right now. Not till tomorrow. I'm hoping IV moves up because it sucks right now. Oh, no problem, Zoltan. Was confused. IV pretty low for a day before earnings. Super fucking low. When does SLD begin? February 14th, I believe. Small update on GME. I'm driving to work right now, but it's up a little. It tested 26. Um, Now it's not doing shit. No mention of the CFO. I mean, I think the price action from that was realized in the pre-market. Tempting to buy calls at these prices. They are relatively cheap. What are the chances GME rips instead of dips for earnings? I mean, there's potential that we have slightly better earnings. So that's fun. I don't know if that's going to cause the price of the stock to rip, but they could be better than our last earnings, or at least EPS could be drastically improved. Market's being a real piece of shit today. We definitely have ETF FTDs, as you can see in the pre-market and morning volume. I think the question now is how much price action are we going to realize from it with the downtrend in the market and the negative news over the weekend. It's rough. The volume's there though, and we're almost at 1 million volume traded already, and it's like 9 minutes in. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't changed anything. I can't turn anything else up more than it's already turned up. I think everything's, yeah. That's, I've, I've given her all the juice, Captain. B Watts, thank you so much. Bye, Polar Bear. I forgot your song. Hmm. Revlon's not trading any volume today either. Jimmy covering a jar pools. I'll see a dump later today. Maybe. It's possible. Usually ETF FTD coverings like right away though. And I'm gonna wait out like the mid-afternoon, but yeah, generally we start to see some price action pretty early in the day. Yeah, the opening volume's really high, which is a good sign. But it doesn't seem to be creating a lot of buy pressure just yet. Think BBY is dead for good now. I mean, there's still potential for OPEX, depending on how much they turn to the ETFs for liquidity during the run. I'd be cautious of holding any put positions and or bearish positions into OPEX. But other than that, I don't see it being a problem. DGen moved to pick up GME 27 weeklies when we dipped it open to cut at the end of the day if no action. Not the worst plan. Does Revlon have a decent number of MMFTDs due today? No. Tomorrow it might. It may have ETF FTDs. We just don't know yet. It shouldn't, but it may. It's only 11 minutes in, so it's not a bad thing. We're up. This is just consolidation, then boom. I hope so. It's not like I'm shedding my calls yet, so I'm not really concerned. Yeah, it's almost like a 15-cent spread too on the order book. That's really wide. Check out the price of Nerve CSPs. Nerve doesn't have options, does it? No. You don't want to use those. Those are open options from pre-split. Oh, this is something I want to look at. This did come down this morning. Wondering if it would. 10 million volume traded so far. Yeah, I still have the $30 calls. I could. If it tests $30, I'll get out with profit. Ew. It doesn't really work. Starting to trade volume below there now too. Oof. Hmm. Rounded bottom breakout forming on Jimmy. SEC filing just landed on CFO temporary replacement. Okay. Is that supposed to be like a good thing? Jesus Christ. We're playing a spy bounce today? Find out. It's not looking fucking very good. What do you think about Jimmy buying, selling used PC parts? It'd be super bullish. Trying to buy Jimmy shares. Think we're bottoming around 26. It could go lower on bad earnings. It could absolutely go lower on bad earnings. Riven breaking out. Interesting. How's Apple doing this morning? Coming down a little bit. Hmm. May not get below that. Tesla looks a little better. Cat had an interesting morning. Good. Hmm. fucking no volume again on anything. Looking at buying a big chunk more of GME. Is this a good price, or would you go post earnings? I would probably wait till after earnings, but I mean, $100 isn't terrible. It's better than most people's cost basis. Did you see those articles claiming GME website traffic was down year over year? So ouchie earnings for Q2? Possibly. Although I would say that last year's website traffic is probably more weighted to like lockdowns and the pandemic conditions, right? So that might not be the best indicator. People might be going to stores a little more often now. Delta, are you looking to sell some CCs on GME at 0.1, 0.2? We'll see as we move into tomorrow. It depends on what the IV does. Right now it sucks. I probably would sell at like 0.1. So they were trying to backstop companies getting margin called. I have no idea how it's going to play out. At this point, should we put some Bloomberg terminals and a trading desk in casinos? Today's an interesting morning. Oh, what a boring fucking day though so far. Shitty price action. At least we're getting a move down. What do you think about OPEC and Russia news? I mean, I'm not sure what OPEC news you mean. The news from like last week? The Russian like natural gas cutoff is really like kind of a big deal, but the OPEC stuff I think has already been realized. I feel like I should sell my puts. But then it keeps dropping. Does the rev ticker still think it's in pre-market? Yeah, it's not really trading any volume today. Are we going back to 3080 and waiting for CPI data? That's possible. Hmm. All right. Spike gonna keep dumping? Maybe. We went into this morning with futures up like 76 basis points. Like things were looking bullish, but I was kind of worried that they might not end up that way. And now everything's down like 10 to 30. Oil's climbing, silver's climbing, which is odd, and fucking Dixie's up above 110. Thanks, Sage. PMIs were negative. Um, but barely. Manufacturing PMI was only down a little bit. Composite was down quite a lot. Just don't feel like that effect should have been that significant. Dixie wrecked. Bounce off 30, 90, 26. We'll see. I think we're seeing the effects of the dollar squeeze. Everything's getting downvalued relative to other currencies. Also, have you seen the 10-year yield? It's mooning. I have. I'm not bullish on the market. I have mostly puts on SPX. Most of the calls I have are just to hedge a bounce more than anything else. Or to hedge any upside from repositioning, which is questionable still. Do you have a low target for Bobby, or are you staying away from it for good? I don't think there's any value left there. Why are people like, what's the upside? Besides maybe like a small run for OPEX? if that. I think CPI is going to come in better since oil has been down. I expect it will. Also, I accidentally shorted the euro by converting too much currency. I made a solid 2% over the weekend. Congratulations. Upside for me is low cost basis and selling covered calls to copium junkies on Reddit. Fair. And brutal. Jesus Christ. All right. This is just going to die now. I'm glad I didn't enter any other fucking positions this morning. What a piece of shit. Spy 520 end of year? I don't think so. How do you think the dead volume is indicative of a large move soon? Generally, during periods of consolidation, you get lowered volume. I didn't say it was indicative of a large move. The volume has very little to do with why I think Rev will have a move in the next few days. Cutting spy calls or GME? Might cut GME pretty soon here too. Yep. Uh, doo, doo, doo. Hmm. AMD at 79. I know. Spy should bounce soon, otherwise it's gonna be a bad week. I think it's just gonna be a bad fucking week. fuck? Futures just moved down 20 BPS. Um, VIX is spiking. Fucking dollar's up almost 100 BPS now. PPT will save us? I doubt it. I think we're going to like 38.50 maybe. I want to see the SPY hit 100. That seems unlikely. I'd love that too, because I'm long as fuck on the VIX, but I don't think that's gonna happen. You have a low GME target before OPEX? I don't know. Does the market keep tanking in this situation? Better play calls on VIX or VXX? I prefer VIX, like the index. VXX is tracks futures, and it's kind of unreliable. SPY trying to turn around. I think there's just some support here. It's not looking good. Rev, same like VIX. I mean, Rev is just like not really affected by market conditions. Do those shares have to be delivered today? Yeah. But if active funds are selling off millions in volume, we've already traded 2 million volume. Almost 2 million in volume. So if they have sufficient sell volume to buy up, it doesn't have to affect the price, right? OPEC's dead if SPY crashes. I mean, does it crash before OPEC's? Yeah, Rev's at 80,000 volume right now. I already sold the 30 Cs. The market's got quite a lot of juice below below 30.90. So there's a lot of what the fuck? There's a lot of put volume in this range. Now that it's slipped that 30.90 like resistance, it can keep diving. There's no call volume down here. So it's probably gonna keep sliding down. Jimmy gonna hit 19? Maybe. %1 taking their ball and going home. Yeah, it's pretty rough. How much would you buy if Jimmy went sub 20? Like how much below 20? I'd buy some. The Battle of 80 is upon us. We haven't slipped 25 yet. Rever Jimmy to 19 first. Revlon's having a pretty strong morning, even though it has no volume. Everyone's sussing, and I am too. I mean, the spy looks really bad. I'm not gonna lie. Can a market crash be a catalyst for Jimmy and other heavily shorted stocks, or is that just an incorrect myth? I mean, it's based on the idea that institutions would recall shares to sell in the event of a market crash, triggering a share recall, except institutions don't really own any GME outside of ETFs. I know Apple broke 154. I have it up on my other screen. Puts go Burr. Puts are doing something. Hmm. Cat sliding below 180. Fuck. Everything's dead except Rivian. That's on Sava. It got slapped back on the like threshold list again, didn't it? Could be interesting. Sava does crazy shit every once in a while. The technical setup looks good. It's seriously resisting the downturn in the market right now. ETU's having a good morning. So we're seeing commodities start moving up. That's also not really a great sign. How's my AR play doing? Almost at risk. Beat up a little bit. Oh shit. What the fuck? This is fun. Wait, Dork, did Rev throw the squart indicator this morning? I forgot to check. Rev 35 is not moving though. Not moving yet. They're ticking up a little bit. I'm scared. I just used the last of my savings for bunion surgery, but now I want French onion soup. How should I go about becoming rich if my Rev is all DSR? I don't know, Kendra. That sounds like a really tough decision for you to make. I'm about to prop the entire market up on its back. It was a shocking amount of volume all at once. 180,000. It was like double the day's volume in 2 candles. That'd be really cool if that continued forever. Good morning. Is the idea to keep selling and rebuying the Ref 35 calls as they spike and come back down? I mean, I don't know if that's the idea. That's what I've been doing with them. So Rev and ETFs? Maybe, right? I mean, it looks... Something's getting covered. Today's the day for that. Isn't this the week we're expecting ups on Rev? Some, yeah, but later this week. It shouldn't have any earlier this week because this would be like ETF FTDs. The shit's due on like the 7th and 8th. The one option book you talk about, options is a strategic investment. The spread on Rev's kind of nuts. Some serious sell walls to the upside, but downside too. It's getting interesting. Ugh. Rev is cheap. Could it just be a whale? Sure. Do MMs ever cover early? I mean, usually they don't kick anything out. They don't usually mark anything long, right? So technically, like, price action on the 7th and 8th generally shouldn't happen. Most of that should be resolved already. How risky is it to hold shares of Rev instead of options? I don't know. I have both. Shares can help you maintain exposure while you're selling and buying, like selling options and buying back into them. Have you given thoughts on the CFO dying yet? No? I mean, like, what thoughts? I think the lawsuit's bullshit, but that doesn't mean he wasn't, like, embezzling money or something, or didn't have some unrelated depression issue that had nothing to do with BBBY whatsoever. I just don't think it's worth speculating on. He's not Jeffrey fucking Epstein, and it's not that compelling. The timing isn't weird. The company's dying. Maybe they're gonna get audited by their lenders and he's been fudging the books. Who the fuck knows? Also, people think it's suspicious because apparently people with money don't suffer from depression. That's definitely not the case. I don't own an air fryer. I very rarely barbecue because I live in a city. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, Kendra. Where they discovered his relationship with Los Pollos Hermanos. Okay, no. He's not Gus Fring. 389, a good support for the SPY. What's the next support if it continues to fall? 385. Nerve doing a little pop. Lola? What? Is the rev spike all the FTDs cleared for today? Who the fuck knows? I don't know why. I think what's kind of interesting is it's moving, like its upside moves are relative to the index, which is strange. Because, I mean, it doesn't really have any active fund pressure, right? You could sous vide a steak, though, and reverse sear it in the oven. True. One of my mates who watches the stream is feeling sad because of a breakup. Can you give him, Scotty, a shout out and some advice on how to move forward? Congratulations on being free of whatever terrible relationship you were previously in, Scotty. Best of luck to you. 3888 is a very auspicious number. Why? Can you determine how many rev shorts still remain? Could positive pressure be from existing underwater shorts? Possibly. No. I have no idea. I have some Rev 35C about 118. Do you see these going lower before the next run? I should dump these and buy lower if that's the case. Thanks. I mean, they might go much higher today based on the current price action. Okay, now I'm bussing. That's a nice bounce, but we'll see. It's losing steam pretty quick. Why are Rev 19 calls down 87%? I have no idea, man. I think the better question is why is Revlon a leading indicator to the SPX right now? Thoughts on Sin from London and ramifications of 100 BPS out of Bank of England this week? Thanks. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you sell CCs tomorrow for earnings, are you selling 916s? Probably, yeah. The 35s have only increased 10 cents. Wait for a 50-cent pop to unload. Never unload all, keep some. Yeah. It's best to hold on to a few. Just in case it keeps going, right? Or at least that's what I've been doing. 1 second. I gotta get rid of these because they're driving me fucking nuts. They keep putting these shitty fractional shares in my account. We have $20 end of day. That'd be awesome. It seems really unlikely, but it'd be really cool. Spy options are stressful when you have a day job. Spy options are just stressful. Have you seen how many fails there are due on VTI? It goes on for a month. Lots and lots of fails. Super weird, huh? I mean, VTI just has everything in it, right? And liquidity in the market's terrible right now, so you'd expect it to have an elevated number of fails, at least currently. My partner said that my brokerage app on my phone is a video game. I'm spending all my money on in-game transactions. I want to correct her, but I've never made a profit, so she's kind of right. Fair enough. I had to give the girlfriend a ride to work. Looks like I didn't miss anything out of the ordinary. What? You're missing squarting on Rev. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go check that. It did do that thing. I know, that's what I want. Hmm. Rev did do the thing this fucking morning, dork. Feeling down today. Can you make the tips touch? I'd settle for having my tip touched if that won't work out. Ask Creand. He'll hook you up. Any reason why you should choose V for Pickles Picks over MasterCard? I like trading V better. A little bit different business models too. I mean, not a lot, but a little bit. Visa makes way more money off of like transaction costs than MasterCard does. If people are able to just declare bankruptcy, then they can go up like Revlon too. Fair. That's really fucking interesting. Hmm. No, I haven't sold any CCs on Jammy yet. Why is Riven's squirting? I don't know why Riven's ripping up. Riven's up like what, 3% today right now? 4% now. Jesus Christ. I have no idea. It shouldn't be outperforming anything. Ooh, interesting. It's looking very good. Fresh probably puppets. How do puts look for tomorrow's earnings on GME? I mean, you're gonna lose, like, you're gonna probably suffer some amount of IV crush, provided IV moves up today. But maybe ones bought now won't be so bad. If you buy them out far enough, you can dodge any near-term IV crush, like more than 30 days out. Isn't the expectation of like 1.5 million fails to be covered today? Not on Revlon. Rivian is ripping on a car recall. I don't know what's real anymore. They only have to recall one vehicle. That's why it's so bullish. Well, 35's moved up like $3, like 3 cents. At the peak of the run, they moved up quite a bit. As long as they keep it below $8, they're not gonna, like, that contract's not gonna move up significantly. You sell your Jamie calls, I'm down 70%. Is rolling a good option? You could roll if you want to. I don't know how you're down 70%. Did you buy like weeklies? I closed them on the, like, a little bit into the big drop below VWAP. Yeah, we could still see ETF FTD covering, but it doesn't look great. I think it'll largely depend on what the SPY does. Well, pressure's there if we move up. Hmm. Jesus Christ. With all the doom and gloom in the markets, are you increasing your cash position more on the sidelines? Yes. I've been holding back more and more capital, like, over the last 2 months. Like, usually I redeploy, like, covered call profits, but I've been kind of just keeping them on the side lately. No, I don't have the GME 30Cs anymore. I closed them. Jesus Christ, this 3090s I bought at the very bottom, making me feel smart. Fuck. That's a hell of a bounce. All right. Spy going green. We'll see. I'd be cautious of it though. These rallies can be just more oversold positions and like profit taking and then quickly collapse in on themselves. There's still a massive amount of put positions that are open, or well, we're still open this morning. This looks bullish as fuck. Is that a Rev triple top? No. Those are all lower highs. Hold out to see how the market goes. I'd probably hold out and wait. Pennant. John Timberlake crisp. Any thoughts on shop? Not really. Spy puts seem short dated though, 9/9s. Spy puts, but SPX positioning's all for like 9/16. Like 9/16 puts a call ratio is still almost 2-1. For holding GME long term, is this a good entry? It's okay. We can see lower prices the next 2 weeks. Bought October calls last week with a break even at around 30 around OPEX. Thoughts on holding these? If you're not down too much on them, you're probably okay. Or if you want to average them down, you have plenty of time. Earlier than I would enter OPEX positions, but if you want to pay for the theta, I guess you can. I don't think there's a lot of OI at 7 that needs hedged on Revlon. Most of it's put gamma, but if put gamma at 7 is closing and Revlon can move back up into like the $8-9 range, that's very bullish. My GME cost basis is $37. That's awful. Nope. Closed the GME calls. Could you look at SAP, please, man? Sure. SAP? Ugh. It doesn't look very good. It looks like it's just moving down with the market. Getting fucking murdered this year. Are you trying to get like a long position on it? I wouldn't go long on anything right now. The economy's fucking terrible. Especially something with like NASDAQ exposure that's trading at a PE of 21x. The long-term turnaround, I mean, it's still trading at a price to earnings ratio of 21. Like, do you think that'll hold out into the end of the year? I mean, the margins are shrinking already, and people are lowering their like forward guidance and expectations. Like, these companies aren't going to retain that value into next year. Are you going long Fubo? I mean, that's already not worth anything though, right? Like, he's talking about like a software company trading at 21 times earnings with 2 consecutive quarters of negative EPS or EPS below expectations. Like, this is like the perfect setup for a company that's just going to lose 50% of its market capitalization over the next 6 months. For comparison, Fubo is just trading at like it's like 2x its like earnings. Like, there's no value to lose there. And Revlon's like a squeeze play, right? It has nothing to do with fundamentals. I haven't sold any long positions yet, but most of my long positions are GME, Fubo, and Revlon. So, and then my cost basis on my other stuff, like my covered call portfolio and dividend portfolio, is all much lower than current prices. Riff finished squared again, or is it done for the day? I think Revlon might still be pretty interesting for the rest of today. I think squartings could absolutely still happen. Oh, street pressure. More active funds pressing down or actual shorts. um well, earlier it was active funds. Now it's not nothing. And we're not moving up with the market. Maybe offloading some internalization. Any reason you think Jimmy Ivy isn't increasing? Well, it wasn't increased into today, but that doesn't mean that Ivy isn't elevated now. I'm sure Ivy 30 has moved up a little bit today. Yeah. Yeah, Ivy 30's already up like 6% today. Maybe more. Face fee to borrow is 1,058%. How do brokers come up with a percent to borrow rate? Because this is the highest I've ever seen. I mean, it's also the retail borrow rate and has literally nothing to do with what institutions are paying to borrow shares at all. So do with that what you will. Spy ripping now, bouncing back. It's a pretty good reversal. Have you ever had a dream or nightmare about stock trading? Probably. If SPY continues downward over the next... Why do you ask me useless, stupid fucking questions all day, Sage? SPY continue downward over the next couple of weeks. What could GME go to 17 or 18? I think it'd be pretty unlikely that we see 17 or 18. It's possible, but pretty unlikely. I want to thank your viewer who mentioned GSAT last week. Big ups. Nice. Actually looked good this morning, too. That's a trick question. Girk doesn't sleep, therefore can't dream. I thought ETF exposure could make it to 33. We could bounce. But I wasn't going to hold my calls through a 100 BPS market downturn, which is what happened this morning. What sock do you put on first? I think it's random. Jesus Christ. When do you feel it would be safe time to buy or go back long into GME? What would be a comfortable scenario for you market-wise? I'm already long GME. You're asking me a question that isn't applicable to me. The average cost basis for GameStop is like $30. That's like retail's average. If you're buying it cheaper than that, you're doing great. If you're buying it much cheaper than that, you're doing really good. Stop asking me when to enter your positions and learn to look at a fucking chart. Unsubscribed. Good. Get the fuck out of here. One thing about AR, dump calls of no price action in a day or two. Probably. Yeah. I mean, they're not very far dated. And I don't expect a lot out of it. It was just like a simple setup. Or about timing markets in general. Well, I mean, I have mixed feelings on it. It really depends on my cost basis on things. I mean, most of my time as a trader is spent timing markets. It's not spent, just entering positions and holding them. I have positions, but I don't think like any of them are significantly at risk from a downturn in the market. So it's not a concern of mine. But if I had Netflix at 500, I would have sold it a long time ago, right? So I think it's possible to bring a cost basis of 36 down with only 1,200 shares. CC grind is hard. Yeah, but it's worth it. And it compounds over time, right? Retail's average, I thought, was 150 plus pre-split. No, it had already dropped below 150. I think like the average price into the post split average price is hold on. It's like 34.65. But we've been sub 100 a few times this year already. And we're very close to sub 100 right now. These are generally the periods in which people average down the most. Getting ISDA and 500 million in relative risk-free, 15 to 20% capital, 5x margin at most. I just buy the free float of Revlon. October 21st Jimmy calls just keep getting cheaper and cheaper. Looking forward to OPEX. Should be interesting. We'll see how much call interest builds up. Riven straddle? I'm not even playing Riven. I'd be cautious playing the downside of a stock that moved up 4% against the SPY moving down 100 BPS. Fubo broke even, going green. That makes sense. Oh, I should buy back my covered calls. There's like nothing left on them. I'm kind of pissed I didn't keep my 0 DTE SPX calls though. This bounce is ridiculous. I think at least I got stopped out of my puts. Oh shit, no. I got stopped out of half my puts. That's bad. Did this fucking gap up? Motherfucker. Wonder if I just hold them. How important is the bean grinder for the taste of espresso? It's pretty important for your ability to even make espresso. It's okay, I kept my 0 DTE puts. Ouch. Those might have a better chance of success, though. I grind my beans with mortar and pestle. If I were to enter a CC position, would I need the cash amount of the contract available in my account to be able to sell to open? No, you need the shares available in your account to sell to open. I feel like Jimmy has not moved up with the SPY at all in weeks. That's fairly accurate. Not weeks, but several days. PFE to the downside. Hmm. Is it worth it? It's just not a lot of range to the next, like, strong resistance. And they've got, well, I guess you've a little bit of time till earnings, but like you're playing a PT of 43. How's volatility on it? Hmm. You want like October 45s? It's not the worst play, but I'd be worried about a short-term rally. It's already super oversold. If you accidentally had a son, what would you name him? I have no idea. I just sold 70 $27 calls on Jamie for this week. Okay. Why? Why not wait till tomorrow? SPY put repositioning? Thoughts on SPY rally after the morning drop? It's possible we're seeing some put repositioning after we hit like 30.90. I think we'll stay below 30 until November OPEX. Possibly. I mean, I don't know what earnings are going to look like tomorrow. I don't expect them to be very good, but frankly, we have no idea. Is this smart to lower average cost by selling now and rebuying shares at a lower entry point? Well, the price is already very low. So you'd be selling at a low to hopefully buy at a lower low, which seems like a terrible idea. You know, we were at $47 like 2 weeks ago. Maybe you should have thought about this then. Like, we obviously weren't MOASsing, you know, but GB October 21, 2750C are cheap as chips. It's really run on certain OPEC cycles. Yeah, when obligations are high enough to create a run. Otherwise, we don't move at all. Or not very much. I mean, there's always some exposure, but it's like 10, 20% versus 50 or 100%. So it's much harder to time and profit off of the smaller runs. I don't know how bad earnings are going to be. If earnings are atrocious, they could short us down to fucking 18 under 20 again. It's possible, especially if there's like a market downturn. With current down movement, do you expect a run this month? We look pretty good for a September OPEX, like a bigger one. You know, we have like the negative gamma on the market maker side, or the negative delta. So that's a big positive moving into this OPEX versus, you know, August, where the market maker was kind of net neutral. It'll depend largely on, you know, how much call interest picks up over the next 2 weeks. And ETF obligations still look fairly low, I think. Let me check, because I didn't actually look at that this weekend. But I think XRT is still kind of minimal. Uh, XRT puts are actually pretty high. They're at 192,000. With 7% reduction on Friday. Hmm. That's interesting. They're pricing up IV on 123 Rev 750C. I have no idea. I, I don't own that contract. You tell me. I would imagine Delta on it's up. What levels would you consider re-entering spy puts above 400? If we could test and break 400, I'd probably wait for like 409. CPI data may not be that bad, right? Like CPI data is probably going to be kind of bullish. Although it comes right before SLD, so its bullishness may not be long lived. Hmm. Stop it. Don't tell me what to do. On September 14th, it begins. September 14th through Monday the 19th, I believe. Yeah. So hard to gauge what the spy wants to do right now. The rejection off like 39.50 was pretty rough. Or 395. 394. We'll see. It's got some decent momentum. I'm sure it can at least hold this. It's looking more bullish, but it needs to move up more to really cause some like put side capitulation and like actually get us like a push up into like that 400 range. We'll need to see a lot more puts closed. Is your GME Discord for meltdowners or pro GME people? I can't tell. Both? I don't really know if there's any meltdowners. It's just, you know, I think there's a much more realistic viewpoint of GME. Some people are just pissy about it, but if you're looking for like pro DRS, we're all in this for MOASS, you're in the wrong fucking place. I just popped in to say Freg joined me in a Jedi-like vision last night and said Rev to 1440 end of day. He looks terrible, FYI. That's awesome. Before you started streaming, did you ever have sleep-ins or days where you missed a lot of the market because you didn't really care? I mean, I had days where I just didn't trade. Far more of them than I have now. Sounds like you're going to be in this for a long time, Fluffy. Nice time to load some GME weeklies. Probably not with earnings coming up. You're expecting more downs post earnings? I don't expect earnings to be very good, Ryan. Since you started streaming and started trading more, have you made more or less or about the same as when you didn't trade as much? More? I don't there's several facets to that though that I don't think have anything to do with streaming. I mean, I largely switched to swing trading, which has better profitability and tends to have higher accuracy. Also, like the amount of capital that I have has gone up over time, right? So that helps too. I don't know if any of that's direct, like none of that's really directly related to the streaming. It's just, you know, like my portfolio's continued to grow and so I have more leverage now. I probably pay attention to the market a lot more than I used to, so that helps. Like today is a great example of a day that I normally would just not have done anything, right? Is there an actual bull thesis for GME? No catalyst in sight, no forward guidance to be expected. NFT Marketplace recently hit $914 of revenue a day. Even for a beta, it's laughable. Um, I don't know. We'll have to see what they start doing on the e-commerce front and where they're deploying capital from this point forward. You know, the fulfillment centers just opened in April, or I think the leases just started in April. It'll take some time to get those up and running, but when they do, I mean, that could be very good for expanding margins and pushing more online sales. You know, I'm entering more like fewer trades now than I used to, like individual trades. But they're bigger. Rev calls just dropped 50%. When? Did you have like $7 weeklies? I don't like Kameko, Albrucus. Does Jimmy see Ivy Crush leading into earnings like other stocks? You mean post earnings? Usually it does, yeah. Although I will say that IV crush on GME post earnings is generally relatively short lived. He probably had like $7 weeklies that went slipped out of the money. Would you be interested in adding more to your position if GME goes lower than 20? I'd probably start selling CSPs. I can't say I'd be particularly interested in increasing my position size, but if it happened, sure, whatever. So is BBBY mega super dead now? Um, it could still have some like interesting OPEX action, and it's still part of the basket. But as far as it being a company, any value play that was there after the gamma on the chain blew up and the stock ran, uh, is dead with Cohen leaving. And a lot of that, was up to the reaction of retail to Cohen leaving, and retail's reaction to Cohen leaving and selling off his position was to sell off all of their positions. Um, Otherwise, it probably could have continued to run if people had just not given a shit. But remember, I mean, BBBY is very cheap. It's easy to manipulate. It's super liquid. Um, the market maker can basically pin pricing on it, and they're really not gonna feel any pressure from retail buying. Does SPX movement indicate controlled institutional profit taking and repositioning? I think a little bit of repositioning. The problem is a lot of the expirations are still pretty far out and very deep in the money. So many of the positions taken at like 430 and 420 were bought for September 16th and are just now deep, deep in the money. And they have no reason to reposition them yet. They can just exercise for cash too, right? And then just keep buying to the short side, which really accelerate the downturn. DTA on the SPY, W top, and where do you think it's heading? It's hard to say this week. I don't really have any predictions for what the SPY is going to do. I'd like to see it rally back up to the 400 range so I can buy more puts, but it may not. Chico CSIQ, 500% earnings, just secured an energy project in Chile. Oh, that sounds like something I really want to fucking invest in. Calls at 50. 19,000 calls at 50. It looks alright. I mean, you're chasing quite a lot. It seems like getting in when I don't even know what news that is. July 18th. Seemed like the news of their battery energy storage portfolio in the UK was super bullish. The Brazilian solar power project that brought them a bunch of financing in June also seemed to help them out a lot. But yeah, I mean, you're kind of late to the party, and the current trend doesn't look super bullish. Feels a bit chasey for a $3 move, right? I couldn't believe most Americans don't have $500 in case of an emergency. And then I discovered options trading. No, I sold the $30 calls. What's your strike for Fubo CCs right now? I just bought back my covered calls for this Friday because they were worth 2 cents. I probably am gonna wait on them. I might sell some this week. Probably just like 4. I'll wait till after today. Market rally would be nice. Fubo's doing alright today. $4 calls. Ugh, it's not even worth it. 9 cents. I don't like Express that much. What do you do to unwind from the market after the streams? I don't. So Jimmy ETF FTDs pretty much assume are covered at this point, right? Jimmy ETF FTDs. Volume's sufficient today, so yeah. We're already at 3 million volume. which is way above average. That fucking drop this morning was bad. How do you feel about Jimmy 20p, 25p, September 24th? For what? For earnings? You could try it. We may not move down that much, though. I'm not playing the short side of earnings. I don't play earnings. Playing earnings is stupid. What's up my friendship after getting them in GME BBBY at the peaks? Maybe. Now you have to tell them about covered calls. Good luck. Wouldn't it be a good time to sell short-dated CCs today? Except earnings is tomorrow. Is Jimmy forming a bullish falling wedge? A little bit. It's not super bullish. I mean, like, we're gonna bounce back up to like 25.50. Why is Redline going the opposite direction I want it to go? Well, I think it's done doing whatever it was gonna do for the day. It's no longer reacting to like upticks in the like SPX or SPY. So the sensitivity is down. The spread's narrowed a bit. Probably just back to 650. I don't think Revlon's gonna climb up above that like put gamma at 7 unless we get some serious volume. Most of that move up earlier was on like 200,000 volume. It wasn't a lot. Played this spy like a fiddle this morning. No more trading for me today. Just watching my Jimmy calls bleed and wondering why I'm holding. Any thoughts on Fubo lately? Haven't been in the stream as much due to work. Same thoughts I had when I bought it. I plan to hold it for like a year or more. So, yeah. Could you do some TA on the spy? As a head and shoulders, it's now at the neckline. We'll see if it finds support here. Otherwise, it's going to fall down to like 30.90 again. I think everyone knows that the CPI print is going to be good next week. I don't think it's going to be like a shock to the markets. You see Jimmy going down for earnings or trade flat? I don't know what their earnings are. I'm not an insider. It's privileged information. Thanks, Wi-Fi for fan. I haven't been in the stream for 30 seconds or so. What are your thoughts plans on Fubo? Nailed it. Or 390, sorry. Spy to 390. It looks like it's gonna fall again. I think this is like its last shot at getting some support. This would actually be a better place for it to find support. It's resistance here too, right? A little bit. Upside gap. 2 downside gaps, but they're super tiny. That's good. Oh. Is Jimmy really not going to fill my $25 a share buy order? It hit $25. It looked like there was some pretty solid volume there. I'm sure you're the only one with buy orders. Was in a work meeting about caring more about my paycheck job but not getting paid more to do so. Was trading all through it. Is this silent quitting? Nice, Quivora. Isn't Jimmy reaching fair value at this price? No, it's still overvalued. If negative Jimmy earnings cause the price to drop below 22.50 tomorrow, I'm buying shares. Fair. Is the stock even less liquid? Yeah. No, I would say it's more liquid. A little more liquid than it was in March. You know what's massively different is the amount of options on the chain have dropped significantly since earlier this year. Pre or post market? I think it's after market close tomorrow, right? Jimmy's earnings are always after market close. Would you dump Jimmy October 22 30C before end of day? Or just hold them since they're already down 40%? I mean, you're probably not going to lose much more value to the downside. You might at least get a better exit on them if you wait out a potential reversal in the S&P here. Looks like the market maker's buying into upside pressure, so that's a positive. 5 p.m. tomorrow. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's after market close tomorrow. Did retail buy Jimmy puts? Because I think Jimmy FTDs are dead. I mean, I closed calls because the fucking market slid 100 BPS. I wasn't going to hold through that shit. But I didn't buy puts. We're already below gamma neutral. We don't generally spend a lot of time down here. IV went up a little bit today, I think, like 6 or 7% for the IV 30. It could move up more. Where are you guys getting these FTD numbers for Revlon? What time frame do you expect to see a move? I'd expect to see it during the ETF rebalance period after OPEX. Possibly going into OPEX even. We have a similar situation with Fubo and Rev. Buy now and get in cheap, or wait and miss out. It's generally how the market works. Cat, a good buy-in at 180. No, I'd wait for probably the lower range, unless you're just gonna play like a short-term bounce. So I'm in. I have a position now, but just like a short-term one for like a small bounce up to maybe like 189. I don't know if it'll hit 189. I'm really targeting like 185 if the market moves up. But yeah, very very short-term play. And then for like a longer term buy-in, I'd wait till it falls below 178 or 174. Is there still power law hedging on GME? I don't think we've checked for a little while. Um, but I haven't seen any indication of a lot of out of the money sold puts, which is usually what would cause us to try to check. So we haven't really seen any of those. I don't think we've seen very much in the money call exercising either out of Philly. One over K hedging indicative of entropy swaps. I do. I have right now I have SPX 4150 puts open, which is like the majority of my short position on the SPY. I closed out of about half of them this morning, but I still have the other half left over. Um I've been trying to hedge those against upside moves, but then the market just keeps tanking. So mostly my hedges have been getting burned. I should probably close them soon. Oof. And GME just got obliterated. I think I covered most of my Fubo DD on Pickles Picks. I kind of went over it on the stream a couple times. I don't think I clipped it though. If Jimmy isn't gonna OPEX from this, I don't know. We'll see. Have you ever shorted stock? Yeah, I shorted EPAM last week. I've done it occasionally. I don't do it very often though. Usually when puts aren't available, I'm not a big fan of it. Are you for or against GME? I like GME. It's like the majority of my shareholdings. How far do you think GME will slide? We have support at 2480. Didn't I put it in the daily DD? I feel like I did. We have support at 2468. And the next support is at 2250. We're already below gamma neutral, so our downside moves aren't going to probably be very rapid unless there's significant short volume. Tesla looking to make a move to the upside. I mean, everything looks kind of bullish right now. Sure. GME doesn't, but everything else does. Visa's moving back up, probably going to move above 200. Actually, that's a solid entry. Amazon 127.50. 128. I don't love. Hmm. This shit fucking makes no sense. Some of these things are ripping today. SST's up 2%. Sean McDanery, it's finally happening. Cuba's doing okay. Baba's down 3%. Video's up. Up. TQQQ. I think I'm gonna take a position on TQQQ right now. This tech looks like it's gonna move. Hmm. I'm ready. I know you are. What's going on with GME? Why is the price so low? Because it's not worth that much? We're just like we're approaching the end of like the cycle and the peak of the downtrend. So, you know, we were hoping for a bit of a bounce back today, which I'm pretty sure just got absolutely fucking stuffed by the market dropping. And without anything left to cover, we'll probably just continue to see downside for like the next 2 weeks. The cost to borrow is not indicative of like institutional cost to borrow, right? It just means that shares are being borrowed at a high rate. I'd love to see the source on 100% of the float sold short though. Hang on, BBBY has 79.9 million shares. Institutions don't own 70.5 million shares of Bobby. Not even fucking close. What will you do with TQQQ? I just bought at the money calls. Is there a way to estimate what GME IV would be tomorrow? I assume not. I'm surprised it's not already higher, given how close we are to earnings. Earnings interest must be extremely low, even on the institutional side. I'm still bullish on Rev Popcorn Trader. Is that a double top on SPY? No, it's a lower high. Consolidation and volume's dropping. It could actually step up again. Let's see how it reacts to this test of the 30. What did you decide to do with TQQQ? I bought some at the money calls. I downloaded the FinTel report. It's actually a little more than 70 million shares of institutional ownership of Bobby. Yeah, I don't believe that. I'll go look at it right now. That doesn't sound right at all. Massive amounts of those positions were sold off over the last like 3 months. Institutional ownership, according to FinTel, it's like 60, 70, 7 million? Wait, hold on. Why is this locked? No, fuck off. Hold on. There's institutional owners. Ugh. The Morgan Stanley's is down 81%. FMR sold off 99.99% of their position. DE Shaw sold off 90% of their position. Vanguard was down 15%. BlackRock down 28%. Contrarius down 82%. Like, you're just taking previous reported shares from the effective date, but you're not, it's not counting the positions that have been sold off. Are there any new positions? Is there like some massive new position that's unreported? It looks like it's all just, yeah. So it's still like, it's because it's still reporting things like FMR holding uh 8 million shares, but their last report shows them having 1,600. Yeah, I don't think 70% institutional ownership is accurate. Or 70 million institutional. And that's also call positions, right? So like the FinTel report is counting call positions. FinTel's still based off quarterly 13Fs, so old data. Yeah. I mean, 13Fs are always old data and always inaccurate. GME fair value around 18 to 20. Probably lower. I mean, book value or fair value? You're insinuating the market is not efficient? What in the last year would give you the idea that it is? GME 2375 put just keeps printing and printing, which is interesting because it's out of the money. Also including calls. Let me dig deeper. Okay. I mean, 13Fs are irrelevant. That's not the current ownership of BBBY. Jimmy down, price bad, big side questions. But if you change your opinion on the company in the short medium term, are you planning on de-risking? The only way I'm selling my GME shares is if someone pries them out of my cold, dead fingers. Otherwise, I'll just continue to sell covered calls on them for all eternity. Pro rata. RATA. If there is any obligation due, which would mean that there was over lending risk in the ETFs, then it would be due in the ETF rebalance, which is coming up in September. This month. It's the same period as OPEX. Didn't we shoot up after the last two earnings? We had some price improvement. It wasn't a lot. You're still bullish on GME? No, I just own it because I like to look at it. Is your cost basis on GME shares single digits currently? It will be the next time I sell covered calls. I think it'll fall down into like 980. Depending on how much I can get out of those covered calls, I may get more. The market maker, Shinomaru. You just need to keep track of it yourself, Duff Man. I don't sell add the money CCs unless I expect the price to drop. I don't, but I also sell like large quantities of covered calls. So if I had fewer shares, I would probably take more risk in order to capitalize more on them. But what I lack in the delta value of the calls I sell, I make up for in the volume of calls I sell. So like I take very little risk with my GME cover calls for the most part. Like maybe 5 to 10% at most will be sold at like 0.3 or 0.2 delta, and the rest will be sold at 0.1 or 0.05. Because I don't have to, right? Like I just don't have to take a lot of risk on them. Your suggestion to buy $26 cover calls, $26 calls on TQQQ was a great idea. I made $3. It wasn't a suggestion, it's just what I did. Congratulations on your $3, Isaac. Last earnings went from like 27 after hours to 38 within a week. The earnings before that was like 20 to 50 in a week. Hoping for some moves or covering action, but who knows with all the FUD around. I mean, I don't think we'll see much covering action post earnings. ETF FTDs technically extend to the 9th, but the volume of the ETFs we track and their FTDs is very low after today. So I don't expect a ton of price action over the next 3 days of ETF FTDs. Today's the peak, and it's our volume peak, but we're not seeing any upside price movement. Which means most likely covering got stuffed with the active fund sell-off. You know, generally, when your CEO gets accused of securities fraud and sued in a class action suit over the weekend, it's not great for the stock. Regardless of the validity of the lawsuit. According to the Fed's testing, Bank of America is just fine. Gerald. I know a lot of people call you a shill, and I just want to let you know you're my favorite shill. Thanks. Covering got stuffed with the active fund sell-off. Well, the market tanked, and they can buy into the sell-off, which kills upside price movement, right? You know, if you have a sell-off like that, someone's buying. We see volume ramping up into the drop. It's the perfect out if you have a bunch of buy volume that you need satisfied, and someone's selling off a bunch of shares. You get a cover without affecting price action. So we saw them start covering this morning at market open. We saw a nice little bump. And then the sell-off happened. By the time that was done, we'd already met, you know, at least the FTD count that we have of like 1.75 million. And then we've mostly just chopped for the rest of the day. There might have been continued covering through this period. In the rising market. But if I'm going to go to Jimmy and buy 1 million shares and someone's simultaneously selling 1 million shares, that's a great time to buy cheaper, right? I read the suit. I tell you your risks on cat. Did you get out because it's below your risk? I'm not out of cat, but it probably is below my risk. To be honest, I entered lower than it was trading at last night, but so you know that skews your risk, obviously. Like I bought my calls this morning at like 179. So you know, my risk is basically like 179.50 now. And it depends on where you enter, right? And when I write those, I'm using the price from the night before. So obviously, you have to adjust relative to price movement or um over the course of the day, right? Like this morning when it opened, it was like almost at my mid price target, right? So like obviously I wasn't going to buy in. And then when the price fell below risk, I bought. And then, if price continues to climb, I will stay in it. If it falls back below my buy-in point, that's where my risk is and I'll exit. I can like show you. I mean, I don't really care if people see this at this point. Let me try to show you so you get a better idea of what I'm talking about. That that coming up? No. Is that working? I think that's working. Okay, so let's go down here to the 1 minute. So when it opened, like, obviously I'm not going to enter anymore for the upside, right? Like, because then I would just be chasing. Hold on. I need to turn on Epic Pen. Which was a good thing, ultimately. But then I bought in right around there. So that's going to move, like, my planned risk down, right? Because now I have a new entry. And this earlier peak will probably move down my, probably not, actually. I'll probably keep my price target relatively the same, but it moves down my risk, right? Because my entry's here, and it's gone up since my entry. Actually, if it breaks here, this is probably where I'll set stops. Like this line. I probably set stops there with a target of 185. As long as the market continues to rise. Who has 1 million shares to sell? Lots of people? There's lots of shares of GME now. It just split. That's the same as 250,000 pre-split volume, right? No problem, Stefan. Avia Burke, $2. Cool, man. I don't think you care about OI on a strike when you're selling calls, except that you don't want to get burned on the spread. So, make sure you're setting your price at the mid or towards the ask if the spread is crazy wide. Or, calculate, like use an options calculator and make sure you're setting like a fair price for the contract based on current conditions. I don't know why people want to sell covered calls today. Seems like a mistake. I have a friend who works for Avaya, and that's exactly what I said to her when she mentioned it. Cool, man. What's fair value for Tesla, in your opinion? 150? ACIW new 52-week low. I'm ruined. I feel like we talked about this stock before, Bipolar Bear. The SPY also hasn't hit your 500 calls, which is problematic. But I guess you have some time on those. If the price continues to tank, the amount of premium they make today, even if IV spikes tomorrow, might be more for the same strike price on their covered calls. Maybe. But if IV and price move up tomorrow, they're in a super shitty position. What if earnings are good? Or just like, not even good, but just beat expectations, right? I was already in it before we spoke. Fair enough. Spy volume has now died. Boring for the rest of the day. Probably boring for like the next hour. I don't think volume's that much worse than it was earlier at the bottom. It's a little lower, but not a ton. It's stabilizing in a good range to move up. No, I didn't have a chance to look at APR and FTDs. I could check them out right now. Short interest, 36% of the float. 0 shares available to borrow as of this morning. Short borrow fees at around 28%. Climbing borrow fees, good. Fails to deliver. Shitty. FTDs spiked really hard into early June, but the last report showed a significant decline into the 12th. What's the free float on that again? $7 million? Yeah, FTDs don't look super great just yet. Official NYSE. Short percent of the float, 40%. Short interest is down? What? Oh, okay. Short interest fell off 300,000. Yeah, FTDs don't look super compelling right now. With the increased interest, though, they could pick up again. It's continuing to perform well, which is good. $6 has a lot of open OI. I'd probably want to see it push higher than 7. But it's probably generating FTDs right now, given the amount of volume it's trading. Now that there's a lot more interest in it. It's traded about half of its float today. And today's kind of a low volume day. So getting better, but still kind of shitty. Spy walking back down to VWAP. Yeah, I think you just open a brokerage account and transfer your shares taking off Friday. Some of my CCs today seem like a mistake if we expect further downs following earnings. Well, earnings are tomorrow, and IV can still move up into earnings. So you can get better IV tomorrow. And if we get a turnaround in the like SPY today, we'll probably see some price improvement on GME. So GME may hit earnings at like $26, $27 with better IV, which would be a better opportunity to sell covered calls. Is it crazy to me to think Rev money is safe, as it's been the most stable thing in my port for the last week or two? Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think a market crash is like a bullish thing. We're entering a recession. We could likely see a declining market for quite some time. Didn't the SPY already turn around and we didn't move at all? It turned around a little bit and on fairly low volume. Not as nearly as much volume as it dropped on. But if the SPY gets like an upside volumetric move, it'll probably have an effect on GME. We just need to see if that plays out or not. Or could you see the SPY falling to over the next 12 to 18 months? I think if the fucking Fed moves forward with like continued aggressive rate increases in September, we can move back to like 340 or 360 to 340 when margins start shrinking into the end of the year and that PE value starts diminishing market wide, on especially on the mega caps. I think we could go much lower, maybe like 2 280, 250 even. It'll depend on how much supply shock is solved in the next like 6 months. And right now it's not really getting better. So still a long way to go on that. Fubo currently mooning. Okay. I mean, it's up a little bit. I don't I don't know if I'd call 2% mooning, but it's better than nothing. Even if they just go ahead with 0.75. I mean, 0.75 I think is still bad. You remember like the market for the last 2 months was pricing in lowered expectations, like a lower bump in September, like 0.5, maybe even 0.25, right? And then, after Jackson Hole, the Fed came out continuously hawkish. And now the market's pricing in a little bit of fear for 0.75. But after the initial rate increases, we were down at 360, right? And it's not like the rates are going down; they're going up. So it makes sense that a higher rate increase would drop us even lower. Oil prices are starting to move back up. Supplies diminishing. Um, Output isn't meeting expectations, which means we could get another pump in oil into the latter half of the year, and they're gonna price that in this time around, right? Assume that most things are priced in to some extent, but the psychology of the news isn't, right? So like the actual effect may be priced in, but people's reaction to that is never priced in. Can you give me a bear case of any reason this would not happen? Uh, a miss on their next earnings report could hurt the price of the stock. Very bearish stuff. I mean, we're in a bear market. Ew. Spy's slipping again. How excited are you for the next batch of FTDs to be cleared on Rev, considering price action off this volume? We'll see. It should be pretty fun. I'm excited. There goes Bobby. Yeah, Bobby's really sensitive to drop-offs in the indexes. What stock under 100 would you buy 100 shares of for the explicit purpose of to sell covered calls that's not GME? Probably Docu. Docu's like the next company that I want to buy some of, but I'm waiting for a significant downturn in the market to get an opportunity to buy in. Rev back to 650? Nope. Back to 680. Rev seems to really like spiking VIX, I think, more than anything. It's uptick in IV, and the market makes her hedging up Delta. Yeah. Is there a set it and forget it way to capture that downside over the next year or so, other than just spy put leaps? I thought I'd toss 10-20% port at it. I mean, you can get exposure other ways. You can get exposure with SPXS. Um, you can, target like QQQ, which will probably be more affected by diminished margins and reduced PE than S&P will. S&P has more like utility and commodity exposure than QQQ does. NASDAQ 100 will probably get hit the hardest. I don't know if there's a short ETF for that though. Or QQQ is the short ETF for that, right? Is that the NASDAQ 100? It's not. It's the... No, it is the NASDAQ 100. Yeah, QQQ. QQQ will probably get hit hardest. Really should trade that more. Huh. Would you considering entering OPEX options at these prices for GME? I would wait till after earnings. It's better to initially buy further out of the money and then slowly buy closer and closer to the money as the date approaches. There's an ETF for everything nowadays. Yeah. Wouldn't sell more CCs on Fubo? I don't know. They're almost not worth it right now. Price is climbing on Fubo against the downtrend in the market today, so that's kind of interesting. Maybe I'll give it a couple days, see what it looks like. I'd like it to break like 350 ideally before selling any. Reduce the slime when cooking okra. Vinegar? I guess you could use like lemon juice or something too. Um, yeah, you can fry it too. Fry it or roast it. That usually gets rid of that. Okra's mucilaginous, so it results in like a slimy mouthfeel, right? It contains like soluble fiber. Most people don't like it because it's gross. Yeah. But if you roast them or fry them, you can sometimes. Okay, fuck this. I hate this market. Everything's awful today. I love this market. What about ACIW? How much of GME do you think is active shorting? Some? Shut it. I want to give an opinion on Blue-ish chip. I've never played, but kept an eye on occasionally. Check GSAT. Yeah, we talked about that pretty extensively last week. There's a lot of speculation that they're gonna merge with like Apple or something. How bad of a long-term hold is Intel from here? I know it's at historic lows, but you might have to hold it a really long fucking time. Can you draw fancy lines on Rev? No. How's September OPEX looking on GME, or is this just real selling? I mean, a lot of our downturn since like August 16th has been in the money puts, which is very bullish for OPEX. It looks good right now. We're also below gamma neutral, which generally doesn't last very long. Rough day for Jimmy. Calls for earnings worth it. I'm not playing. Like, playing earnings? No. Me? Trash or cash? If you want to hold it long enough, it'll probably have some success in the future. Tootsie Rolls will be the new world reserve currency. How is TR doing today? I knew it would just be mostly unaffected by shit, but it has downturned a bit. Like it's down $1 over the last several days on, you know, the 15 shares of it that have traded. The fuck is this? What happened here? That doesn't look right. Oh, weird. Weird pre-market shit. Um Yeah, still looks decent. Just it's just like almost always $35, right? That's the beauty of Tootsie Roll. It's never more, but it's never really less. And they have a tiny dividend. The week of the 23rd. Yes. That's when the ETF rebalances are. They begin on the 16th, but they carry out for several days. No, I haven't, Strat9. Sounds lame. I know OPEX is coming. Big OPEX and pushing the price down quick helps to shake off calls and shares. Yeah, usually the bigger the dip, the bigger the OPEX. Gamma Max right now is at like 38.90. Whatever Gamma Max is, approaching OPEX will be, you know, the conservative upside price target. It's all psych. Even though we know it, they still do it. Well, look how many people still fall for it. Like how many people are panicking because GME is at $25 again. How many more will panic over the next 2 weeks as it approaches, you know, 18, 19, if it goes that low? I mean, we've been through this so many times that like we just get more bullish the more the price drops, but it still affects everyone like in a very similar way. God, remember pre-March? Everyone was so fucking panicky, carrying on about their cost bases, which you see them doing again today. They're like, I own this shit at 37. We didn't just survive. I mean, some of us made a shitload of money in March. Yeah, November through February was awful. Initially, the worst part about it is initially November was great. And then it was awful at the end. Oh shit, Fubo hit 350. What the fuck is this going on with this stock today? Why is it doing this? The March run up started on earnings. No. Earnings was on the 17th, which was very close to the OPEX expiration. But we started moving up. Like, we didn't really start moving up until like the 22nd, right? I think it was the 22nd. The 22nd was like the first big upside day. After earnings, like after that big short after earnings, we kind of just snapped back to where we were pre-earnings. If I remember correctly. I might be wrong. Here, I'll look. But I think, yeah, I think we had earnings, and then we just like the next day we just kind of snapped back. Then we ran like the next week, and we didn't really run until Tuesday the next week. Tesla dead? Stagnant. It looks okay for the like later afternoon. It's outperforming the SPY right now. And QQQ. So that's good. How's AMD doing? Oh, I'm up on these. I don't know if I should just sell them. No, I'll wait. Hmm. We rocketed off open. Hmm. Jesus. Yeah, that's when I hit like $73 in pre-market, right? Yeah, I don't really think that had anything to do with earnings and more just had to do with OPEX. But that last ditch short into the earnings crush, like IV dips there, which is really interesting. IV dips at like market open down to like 80. And then if there was like a shitload of call volume that came in on the like market open IV drop. One day, $50 vol call on Fubo will redeem. I mean, if Fubo's IV upticks even a little, those calls will go up quite a bit, I think. Belgian S1 today for their MMTLP shares. Can you share some insights on what to expect? Huh. That's interesting. I mean, there could be a lot of like forced covering there. I don't know if there's anything to cover, but if there is. I don't really know that much about the situation with MMAT. What's the chances we see an OPEX run or some catalyst in the near future that pushes us pushes us up above 6. I mean, it's possible that we see some OPEX catalyzation, or continued failures on Fubo that generate some sort of upward, like, volatile price action. We had quite a bit of volatile price action with, like, that kind of basket blowout that occurred on, like, the 16th, when everything kind of sympathy ran with BBBY for a day. Sorry, man. Yeah, I don't know really what. I'd have to read into it more. I don't really know what's going on with them there. That's their, like, preferred stock, right? But, like, I don't understand. They're taking just their preferred stock private. What's up with VW buying a piece of Porsche? Any money to be made there? No idea. Yeah, it's a super fucking boring dork. Unless you're losing money on SPX. I think I'm gonna close my the rest of my SPX puts here. Too much stability above 390. I don't think I'm gonna see any more downside. I don't know. I'll wait for a failure on VWAP, see if it retests 388, but I'm not liking the looks of it. GME CSP is pretty enticing for earnings IV crush, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, like 10% out of the money. I don't know if they're really worth it. September 9 puts 24.50, 24. I don't dislike the $24 ones. This might be okay for crush. I mean, I'm just guess I'll covered calls, but does Jimmy usually see price improvement on ETF rebalancing dates? I mean, last year we didn't see a lot of it, but this year we have. Although, last year up through June, they weren't heavily using, like, the ETFs weren't heavily failing. Jimmy had a lot more ETF liquidity, right? You can tell who came over from Houston Wade because they're still holding his MMAT bags. Is that where that play started? I mean, I remember playing, like, wasn't that Torchlight? Torchlight was like a Wall Street Bets thing. I just got my Adderall prescription filled. I'm ready for zero DTE SPX plays. I don't know if today's the day for those. Although that low this morning was interesting. We'll see. A bounce here at like 3904 is bullish. I'll probably enter some call side there. Yeah, if we super near the money though. 39.15. Hmm. Oh, fuck yeah. That's the good stuff. Put a stop on that shit. When was the last time Jimmy had 9 out of 10 red days, or even 6 in a row? It's been a while. You certain their preferred shares are going to be turned into an oil company? Weird. Is an insider I'm at? Okay. I want to sell Jimmy so badly. Taking a gamble that earnings is bad. Just sell them tomorrow when if IV could move up tomorrow. It's a much better opportunity to sell them. Even if you're bearish on earnings, like I don't see it being any better today than tomorrow. And for those of us who need a reminder, what happened after those red days on GME last time? Usually pretty good stuff. The SPX loves me. Double bottom, let's fucking go. I am leveraged to the tits in 0DT 39.15s right now. I needed to feel alive for a second. I need to move this stop up. Okay. Fuck yes. You know what I love about the SPX? Is that you can lose $10,000 and make 50 like that. It's so fun. You can make 10,000 and lose 50. Yeah, that too. Nope, I'm stopped. That was fun. No, I didn't just make 50 grand. I made like 17. 17.6. Yeah, that was good. It was fun breakout. Now do I play the bounce on the EMA 30? Or do I play the downside? Play a bounce. No, because even with the 17 up on that, I still think I was down 8 earlier. The bounce is so far successful. There we go. This is way more fun. I mean, total risk or where my stop was. Total risk was like 52,000. But I entered it with a 2% stop, so yeah, now I'm gonna set a stop on this. I mean, it's margin. It's not. Oh, I'm gonna move that stop up because of the gap. So my stop's like right here. I guess technically it's a little higher, but no, that's pretty close. Like that's PT. So PT's 39.2150. Oh, don't stop me out. Don't do it. That was close. Ah, bitch. All right. Re-enter the gap fill. No. I'm gonna pull back to the EMA, I think. Is 2% stop loss your go-to? It's like the auto set one. $39.20s? All right. And we're back in. How high is your leverage on these? I mean, they're like at the money contracts are like 12 to 1300 each. So 40 times 100. I want to buy some more. I think this is going to come back down to the EMA. So I'm going to try to DCA across the 339.20. One more there. All right, let's see if we get the bounce. Need to set a stop. 39.15, so it's 2%, 3%. Well, there went the stop. Oh well. No love for Rev. I mean, Rev's just like it ran up and now it's back down under the put wall again. The market's very just gappy today and low volume, which can be really good, but right now it's not. Let's fall down to the 20. Below the 20. All the way back to the 8. Something. Let's try it again. You got this, shill. For you, is WeBull most enjoyable to use? It's easy. I'm trading on IBKR right now. But the WeBull charting for SPX is slightly faster. So I just have like the order book on IBKR open, and I'm using the WeBull chart. Come on. There we fucking go. Woo! No. Set my stop. Have you ever lost internet and had that mess up a trade? Yes. Really badly one time. I lost like I lost like 30 grand one day because of that. What if MOASS was a synthetic MOASS all along? Is this a philosophy class now? Back to electric bill donation days. You know, here's the big secret. My electric bill was always paid. You also have 2 backup wireless hotspots. I have, yeah, I do actually. Um, Only one of them's on, but I do have another one as well. This is working out very, very well. All right, I'm gonna move up my stop. I think no matter what, I'm profitable now. If this breaks back above the 180, though, it's gonna rip. I think it'll get rejected. Question is it gonna recover in the higher range, or do I close? So close. I hate these fucking 1% trades. How do you sell a CC and IBCAR? Sell to open? What issue are you having? You have the shares, right? Let's see. 39.14. Here's your cut for Conad SPX0 DTE fund, you beautiful shill. Thank you so much, Fiscal Stupidity. It'll only let me buy calls, not sell CCs. What the fuck? What's it telling you when you go to sell a CC? My accountant's used to itemizing my trades, and he hates me. Okay, straddle. So we either go back to 3909, or we find support here. Okay, cut the call. Ooh. Holy fuck. That worked out. Why is Fubo still going up? I I have a straddle, but I'm bagging some calls right now. I think we see a pullback here. That's a good time to close those calls. Okay. And now we target the low. I mean, I'll be happy if it hits 39.09. If it keeps going, awesome. But or I just cut here. Let's see, I'm gonna set a stop loss on these puts. Fubo announced 4 days ago the launch of Fubo Gaming. Interesting. What's that gonna be? Was there any other news on that, or was it just? You're busy with SPX, but how come Rev 35s haven't really moved in price over the past few days? They went in the money. They went up to like 125 today. $125 or $130 today. I think they might have tapped. Hold on. I just gotta exit these puts. It's a little longer. All right. All right. So Revlon 35s. Um, yeah, they hit 125, 130 earlier. Oh no, that wasn't today. Yeah, they hit 125 earlier today. But that's supposed to be Fubo. You're digging your own grave by informing your audience about a competing gambling platform. BTC just died. Cool. Does the SPY dump after BTC dump? Not necessarily. The BTC can be a leading indicator of a SPY dump. Or, well, an SPX dump. Wait for retracement to 25. Kind of looks like it wants to rip to 40. I can't look right now. Hold on. It looks like it's gonna pull back towards like 2750. All right. That's enough. What's your current plan for GME cover calls? Sell some tomorrow? I feel like we're getting a sneak members peek of E-mini trading. I would say that E-mini trading isn't quite so rapid. Are we buying any more Rev at this price? Not yet, no. If the 35s fall back to $1, I'll buy more. When will you read a user's question that he asked 2 minutes ago? What did he ask? You think it's possible someone needs Rev 35s to stay valuable? To stabilize margin on a swap or volatility hedge? Do you think that MM truly gives it a 30% chance it will 5x soon? It's a 30% chance it'll 5x in the next 5 months, right? When will you read my question that I asked 10 minutes from now? 20 minutes from now, probably? Alright, I'm gonna try to play the long side of this fucking gap, because I'm greedy. I should stop trading the SPX, because I've made money, and I'm gonna lose it all. Oh, it didn't fill? I'll just set a limit, right? I set it under it, though. 38.93. I'm gonna get a haircut. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm just gonna set a stop on this right away. It's a shitty bounce. It's not really, well, it's not really itemizing. They have to go through he has to go through all of the trades. So I submit him all the like buy and sell orders and like a CSV file. Do it. Buy more. What a tease. Ah. Shave it bald. Get them all cut. What do you mean? Rev dropping more than usual? Eh, no. Why is everyone freaking out about Revlon? Listen, either the thing drops to 0 or it goes to 15 or higher. Getting back in. Ooh, chasing. There we go. There's a bounce. You're playing calls? Yeah. Well, both. But right now I have calls. Dude, what the fuck? No one wants to trade this shit at all. Why is the stock price for a company in bankruptcy going down? It's that feeling when you trade the SPX to try to make a boring day more interesting, and the SPX is boring as fuck too. You haven't said anything bullish on Rev for 45 seconds. I sold everything. Let's trade penny stocks. No, SPX is way more fun than trading penny stocks. Lows on Rev since checks watch this, not seen since this morning. Right after earnings. Why? You think our earnings are going to be good? Man, it's teasing 3,900 so much. There we go. Fuck. $39.05 target. I'm gonna sell half at $39.05 if it hits. Jesus. You think the SPY continues to fall this week? It could. We have to see how puts start repositioning. They haven't very much yet. Like, as of this morning, there wasn't a lot of repositioning yet. Which makes me suspect that they're holding out to, like, middle of this week, like the 9/9 expiration. Or, well, I guess end of this week. 9/9 expiration. BTC just dropped off hugely. I know. Sometimes it runs after earnings. If you really want to feel alive, why don't you trade some of these bio or pharma stocks that are up or down over 50% today so you can live vicariously through you? Ooh, I am hungry. I should order some food. Let me get stopped out of my SPX calls first. Disregard earnings and the GME cycle. When do you expect our next run up? Outside of those things? I don't understand the question, full disclosure. Disregard the things that affect the price, and then when do I expect the price to move? What's your favorite type of soap? Whatever kinds in my bathroom. I don't have like a I'm not loyal to like any specific soap brand. Usually I just buy soap. Fubo about to rip. People keep saying that, and then it moves up like a penny. Fubo looks moderately okay for a move to like 35.50 or 35.55 rather. Disregarding earnings, when do you expect the next run up? Well, I don't think earnings will cause a run up, but like September, after September 16th, either ETF rebalance or OPEX action or both. What do you think about the rev pattern of shorts letting rev run to 7, then dropping it to 650? It's mostly just the hedging between two like points of entry. Like it's the hedging between like $6 calls and $7 puts. I guess you could play it if you really want to. It's probably not very profitable. Do you mean internalization utilization still high? It fell off pretty hard on Friday, and I'd imagine it fell off again pretty hard today. So those market sell-offs allow them to clear out that like whatever internalization they have. And the big move down on Friday moved it down like 4 points. I'd imagine the big move down today is going to move it down some more. So it's starting to get back into a more normal range. Okay. Will Jimmy ever go back to 40? Probably. I'll have you know the $50 I make from 6.5 to 7 pays for my snacks. Okay, that's fair. I'm way up on my SPY 385 puts that expire 9/16. Assuming market keeps dropping, how long would you hold them before theta starts to eat away? Up 72% overall. I mean, you're still out of the money, so your rate of decay is still pretty high. I would be cautious over holding them. Because you haven't gone in the money. If you're in the money, you can wait it out a lot longer, but out of the money, yeah, I'd be paying attention to potential exits. Largest age gap hookup. When I was 21, I hooked up with a 32-year-old for a few weeks. 1931. So almost exactly the same, Carl. You were the 31? Oh, no. It was when I was 19. She was 91. What kind of formulation of soap do you prefer? Oh, I don't know what any of those things mean. Just soap. Preferably like the bar variety. I did go with Carl and Jay Fresh's wife yesterday. She wasn't interested. Goat soap? I don't. Bar or gel? Bar. Why do you need a rope on it? When selling CCs, seems like Ivy is up now. You waiting for a pullback for a better price? I'm waiting for Ivy to move up even more. Huh. Best soap. Why would I go into a soap shop? Never in my life have I seen a store and been like, oh, soap, and gone inside it. Do you own a loofah? I don't. I used to have one. I don't currently. Hold on. This bitch is about to make me rich. You can do it. Yeah. Fuck yes. Moving my stops up. Lose it all, one of us. Trading 0 DTs on the SPX is intense. TSP? Good long-term potential. Are they the like the self-driving car company? Of course I own a bidet. I have like a hog's hair brush now that I've replaced the loofah with. Dislocated my clavicle joint, waiting for surgery. Fuck my life, Pickle Man. Tell me something's good. My SPX calls look really nice right now. If this son of a bitch tests 3905, we're in it. Boar hair? I don't know. Boar, hog, same shit. Right. I don't know what type of farm animal it came from. Some hairs on my hog, too. Nice. Congratulations, plumber poopy hands. That's called puberty. Is your water line to your bidet warm water or cold? Cold. It keeps your kegels strong. My skin isn't beautiful or shiny. Boar whisker wild, not domesticated. It's whatever the I don't know, they're bristles. Best time for CCs before earnings or Thursday after? Well, I mean, hopefully earnings aren't good if you're selling covered calls. Oh god, I don't want to take profits at 3903. Go back up. Just like that. Why is Revlon going back up? Guys, it's ripping. It's gonna rip all the way back to 677. Cat just a few dollars away from the strike zone. Targeting 170 for November 180 calls. Thoughts? Nice. Put more calls here. Hmm. A rip back to $8 on Rev would be nicer. I don't think Revlon's gonna cross 7 without some serious volume. Fubu is up 11.5 cents on the day. I know, it's crazy. I'm not trying to do a buy right. Why is everyone playing Best Buy all of a sudden? You're just looking for stability somewhere, anywhere you can find it. Still have Bobby on their minds? Maybe. Any thoughts, AR? Looks like a nice, decent entry point for calls. It was one of the Pickles picks. How's it looking right now, though? Yeah, it's like just under risk. Maybe it could pull down there, and the volume today sucks. I think I already stopped out of those. Did I stop out of those? Yeah. Ooh. I'm just gonna set a limit sell. Fuck it. Right? Oh, no. Come on. There we go. EMA 60. You can do it. I think it's my end of day bounce. Maybe. Some upside gaps to fill. I'm pretty long on SPX right now, so I'd be very cool with a move up here around 2 o'clock. Start to see some more volume come back in. The volume's so dry today. Everything's just super gappy and all over the place. Campbell Soup is the only stable play on the market. Salted canned souped goods for the win. I'm still so happy I bought a shitload of that, like back in March or Feb. Fab in March. Brit Boy here. You told me to look for financial advice for my pounds. You don't believe how difficult it is to find a fiduciary who also believes in MOASS. I'm sorry to hear that, Myelin Sheaths. Double top. I'm just playing bounces and like upside resistance. Ooh, little upside gap. I fall all the way back down. All right. Market opens green, closes slightly red for days until a crash. Maybe. I mean, the market's definitely waiting on just any bad news that I can use to push further down. I just made 17% of my SPY 0 DTE 393C. That's 450 in the bank. Thanks, Girk. Appreciate everything you made, everything you've taught me. Congratulations on the $4.50, Ryan. Your education's finally paying off. What is it with Rev and the Mark of the Beast? It's just like caught in between two fairly strong piles of gamma, and it's just trading in between them. So you need like a lot of volume for it to push up above 7, and then it needs to kind of hold there for that to break down and capitulate. And if it does, then we can start moving up. It's very similar to like BBBY before it ran. Quick update on my portfolio. I doubled down and lost it all. Nice. I can't tell if you're being serious about Rev or not. Serious about what? I mean, am I serious about my investment in Revlon? No. I think that's a bad stance to take, given that the company's already fucking bankrupt. What strike range will you look at for CCs on Jamie tomorrow? Probably above 30. Are you seriously net long SPX right now? No, I got stopped out, but now I'm gonna be. Yeah, there. Fucking come at me. Look at it rip. I fill that gap. Yeah, I'm not net long term. I have 4150 puts, like 30 of them. I'm just sitting on them. I want the market to move down to like 385. Well, I have 15 now. I closed some earlier. So I only have 15 left actually. But yeah, still massively net short. I'm just day trading the SPX so I can feel alive. Fubo really wants to be worth $3.50 today. I'm so proud of it. I thought we all agreed we want the market to move up so we can reposition our puts. I would like that. But what I like and what's happening are very different things. No, ice cream sandwiches don't make me feel alive. They're so after ice cream sandwiches are best for reducing stress after a day of trading by putting yourself in a diabetic coma. Makes me sad to hear. It's okay, ice cream sandwich. They're still a necessity. Turnaround Wednesday tomorrow? It's the second day this week. We'll see. Michael Wagner, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, bro.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510.
Come on, you can do it. All I want is a test of 3905 long enough that I can sell my fucking calls. Such a tease. Choppy piece of shit. Other than price, is there a big difference between trading SPX and SPY? SPX can move a lot faster, which is an effect of the price. I mean, it's massively more risk. Yeah, the market doesn't look strong. I'm just like playing chop, which is a terrible idea. I'm just really bored. Look at Rev's 1 month chart and it looks good. Yeah, nice bullish reversal. The price action is so erratic on the indexes today. I can't tell if it's like slow repositioning or just no one's buying and there aren't enough sellers. Riven about to lose all its gains this morning. Die, Riven, die. I'm gonna go see if I can find a snack because I'm out of my calls right now. I'll be right back. right. I'm back. Taylor ham sandwich. No, that's gross. I don't even know what that shit is made out of. It's disgusting, though. New Jersey food. Hmm. I don't think it's made out of ham. That sounds like FUD. I finally leave because he's no longer bullish on Revlon. I'm still bullish on Revlon. Believe it or not. Oh, it's good to see that the SPX finally decided to hit 39.05. I shorted Rev because you left. How's that working out for you? Thoughts on Fubo today? Holding up pretty well against the market. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of potential downside on it besides going out of business. I'm getting YouTube ads for bond market ETFs pitched as a hedge against a market crash. Bond market crash must be imminent. Thoughts on TMV3X Treasury Bear ETF? Actually, if you could sustain exposure for long enough, probably worth it. Why do people want to me to explain every like weird data nuance that they run across in their brokerages? Calls and puts in the red. What do you mean? My IBKR account will let me trade with no settled cash on a cash account. Is this because hedgies are scared? Of course. How many Fubo shares do you have? I think I got assigned on all my CSPs. Let me see. Right? Yes. 6,000. Worth it to roll up and out. I don't know if the up part is possible. I mean, yeah, you may want some more time on VXX hitting the upper limit of its call chain. If you sell an in the money call and in the money put, is that technically a strangle? I think it's called a gut. Cool beans, I'll roll them out a week. That should be plenty. $20 safe for what, Carl? Ooh, interesting. Yes, I know he means a $20 GME covered call. No, they're not safe, Carl. Unless your goal is to be assigned, in which case, I guess. They're safe if you're afraid of keeping your shares. Yeah, and that's kind of an exciting contest. I don't know if we can include Revlon in it. That was a good bounce on SPX, right? Hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely setting a stop there. That gapped up. Woo! Fun. Don't do what to you? I already stopped back out, OG. What's up, VWasp? How you doing, man? You know what's gonna suck now though, because I set the stop there on that gap, is now it's just gonna gap up again and then move up to like 39.50. With the margin account, if you sell cash secured puts, do you get charged interest in that time frame or only upon assignment? Only if you're using margin. I mean, they won't use your margin until you're out of cash. But yeah, you would pay margin interest while you hold the position open if you're using your margin balance. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Fubo broke 350. 350. I know. It's really exciting. What a tumultuous and fun day. Puts on free Cornishons expiring. Don't worry, Bithead's just not awake today. Did we chase Giammi at all, or are we still callless? I am without calls. Please be excited for Fubo. It's all I have left that's green. Shit. Nice cost basis. Remember you told me to buy those TQQQ calls? I didn't tell you to buy shit. I am without calls as well. I guess congratulations are in order. At this rate, Fubo is going to beat BBBY to $5. Has anybody today accused me of BBBY FUD? You're just gonna chase Best Buy? What? I'm not playing Best Buy. It's going to the moon, Sir David P. Short hedge fund tactic is so obvious. I'm feeling insulted because they think they can pull this off. What tactic is that? Hold on. I got a bite. Oh my god, there's so many. Guys, hold on. This is exciting. Can you guys give me the bull thesis for BBBY, please? Because as a potential investor, I'd love to hear it. Lots of FTDs, but those are gone. That's how they got it off Reg Show. Also, there weren't that many to begin with. Bobby is close to being bankrupt, but they haven't filed for bankruptcy yet, right? Otherwise, we'd all own it. They're going to buy a gold mine. That worked out so well for the last company that did that. FTDs from August 8th through 17th. I mean, you do understand that they cleared the majority of those, right? FTDs are a cumulative total. So if FTDs were going up into the millions on the 12th, then they would have continued to rise into the 17th. Then they would have fallen after the 17th until it was removed from Reg Show, where it traded 5 consecutive days below the threshold limit. Come on, hit me with all the bull stuff. I'm in the mood. Our Wall Street Bets is making fun of BBBY bag holders, but that's just making fun of themselves, right? Just because they sold their underwater calls and bought puts doesn't mean that they're not bag holders. Clip Kirk saying he's in the mood. RC put in 3 of his buddies, and Gus Fring is no more. That's gotta be... Board meetings at BBBY have to be so awkward now that Cohen sold out. It's like you and your friends show up to a party, but the guy who invited you isn't there. I would just abstain from everything. Do you think the material costs coming in for the proxy war in Ukraine will change the political calculation for keeping the war going? Or do you think we're on autopilot into the mountain? Probably fucked. What contingency of your viewers do you think actually understands half the things you say? 8%. It's probably smaller than I think. Basically, RC rugged his friends. RC is the same like that guy earlier who's like, I convinced my friends to buy the top of GME. He's like, no, guys, trust me, you're gonna want to be on this board. This company is going places. We're gonna turn this shit around. And they're like, all right, man, yeah. And they got on, they got placed on the board, and he's like, all right, so I'm out. I'll see you guys later. There's no way as it's as cartoonish as you currently portray it as. You know what? It's probably even more cartoonish. Bull thesis for Bobby. Price is higher than Rev. That's not a bull thesis. That just means it's more expensive. Price is what you pay. Value is what you get. End of day GME squirt? Of course. I don't know. Maybe. CNS is coming up. We'll see what the CNS does. We'll see if the CNS pokes its head out today or not. It doesn't matter. Fubo's mooning 1/4 of a penny at a time. And I'm long on SPX. Look at this bull pennant. I want to buy more. It's not a pendant, it's a pennant. Does put cost same like shares? Sometimes. Do you have a margin account? Pie's pushing his SPX bags on all of us. Lowered my Fubo cost basis, but still at $4 and $5. How much did you initially buy it at? Oh. SPX is trying to fuck me. I want to buy more calls. Just tell them pendant necklace, pendant flag. They know. Thanks, guy who's bored. It's all good, man. I don't care if you remember or not. Thanks for hanging out. Can you click the SPX screen? Sure. A travestigy? Maybe. But didn't you guys hear that the shorts are fucked? I heard something about shorts being fucked. I don't know how above water short positions created at $30 are currently fucked. But if you DRS your shares, that'll be the thing that fucks them. So DRS is the answer for everything. It really is. Whenever life confronts you with a problem, DRS it. Got your girlfriend pregnant? DRS. Lose your job? DRS. Unable to mentally handle sunk cost fallacy? In massive denial that the stock you bought isn't the moonshot you thought it was? DRS. Low testosterone? Also DRS. Oof. Rough. All right, we're going to try this again. Erectile dysfunction? Also DRS. Denial replacement syndrome? I'm not going to stop buying calls. At least not until this other shoulder forms. I DRS'd my DRS, then requested to DRS that DRS into another DRS. I couldn't keep it up. I DRS'd everything. They had an intervention. I DRS'd that too. Are you buying Fubo calls or just shares? I have both. I bought a spy strangle so it won't move for the rest of the day. You're welcome, you son of a bitch. Inverse intraday cup and rounded bottom breakout to the downside combined with a 1 minute MACD crossover on BTC, unbullish. Oh, Jesus. How jacked did you feel when you first saw the dad in Family Matters? Was also the cop in Die Hard. Wait, those are backwards. Didn't Die Hard come before Family Matters? Wasn't he a cop in both? Yo, Doug, I heard you like DRS, so we DRS'd your DRS so you can DRS while you DRS. I want Gherk merch with DRS your problems. If I put that on a t-shirt, people are gonna get attacked in public. If DRS was so bad, then why does nobody but GME holders do it? Checkmate, hedgies. Has anybody been on Superstonk recently? What's it look like over there nowadays? Same shit? Everyone playing 1D chess with each other? Clown Fiesta. Checkers. I just had what I thought was an adult woman say bet to me unironically. I am now not in touch with the times. Maybe. Pone's still telling us how smart she is. Good for her. Chess is one of the one with the little circles, right? I think that's Tiddlywinks. Are you talking about Tiddlywinks? Weren't you supposed to go to prison? Yeah. Yeah, they tried really hard. I think. Super Sonic looks like the monkey scene from 2001 Space Odyssey. Oh, Jesus. Thank you, Nesquik. All right. That's enough making fun of retail investors. Ultimately, we're just making fun of ourselves at one point. Did you DRS your Osiris D3s? I wish. Can I buy those still? Like, can I get... If someone can find me those on eBay, I'll buy them all. They're the most comfortable shoe ever made. They don't support your arch or ankle or anything like that. But it's like walking around on clouds. God, I miss 8th grade. Well, the problem with SS is that their compounded ignorance has made them afraid of their own shadows. And so now they're incapable of analyzing anything. because not only fear of retribution from the community for saying anything about, well, actually anything, um, but they would be afraid to upset the current narrative. Same like Crocs. I don't know. I'm so glad I bought more calls. This is the best. Unreasonable bullishness and higher shoulders. Ever own a pair of Heelys? I wish. I've thought about buying them, but they don't make them in my size. Or at least when I've looked in the past, they didn't make them in my size. I tried on some 12s and they did not fit. A rising Head and Shoulders? So if it falls back there, so like if it falls back and gets support at the higher neckline, right? That's generally a continued bullish trend, right? Like it's gonna then you've confirmed a bump and run, like a bar, right? Like obviously a very short time frame one, but if it falls below the supporting trend, then it's likely to return the initial neckline. So hold supporting trend, bullish. Falls below supporting trend, bearish. Sometimes these can be really extreme though, especially when they start off of like or when they're a continuation off of multiple like pennant run-ups, like high volume run-ups. Actually, do that right. Yeah, that has the most supporting volume. So I'm going to set a stop here and then a buy order for puts at 3906. So I would set a stop on my calls here, right? This is a fun thing to do. So you set a stop on your calls here, and then you set a buy order for puts there, right? So so if it breaks, you sell. If the break continues, you buy puts, and then you just ride the downside, right? If it breaks up, nothing happens. You don't get stopped out and you don't buy puts. Yeah, roughly. I actually think my buy order for puts is a little off. I think it's like right there, but that's fine. Well, I don't understand why BBY is dumping. It's not like it's a dying retail company. It just manufactures synthetic meat. I'm sure that'll be worth something in the future. Okay, you've got your tickers mixed up, guy who's bored. I'm just messing with you because I saw the comments earlier mixing them up. Oh. Rev volume dead? Probably. Blood, beef, and beyond. Huh. I fucking love my positioning on the SPX right now. DFE bought options and didn't DRS. Shill. You have no proof of that. Why would it, like, an educated investor with hundreds of thousands of shares not DRS his investment? What possible reason in the world could there be for him to not just immediately register his shares? Okay, the sarcasm's too thick now. People aren't getting it. Free money. Much better, Mr. Flags. I'm gonna get stopped out of this fucking piece of shit. Then I'm gonna buy puts. Ooh, put buying time? Hold on. If this play works, so cool. No, I got the fill. Chat cannot contain the silliness. Tell me you're a beautiful woman. Sure. Don't you dare bounce. I don't want to see that. No, Squire. I'm gonna cover myself in butter and slide down my driveway until one of my neighbors calls the police. Be right back. What do you do when they call the police? Do you wrestle the police while covered in butter? I'll see you later, Carl. Slip away. Buy more puts. Okay, seriously though, if BBBY closes at $6.99, I'm buying some calls. Just because that's not an opportunity that people are gonna miss. 69? Duh. What do you mean, why? Oh no, all the stickers came off my Ferrero Rochers. I put a tiny Ferrero Rocher sticker on my hat. Just to irritate people. Just tell me how to pronounce it. I'm speaking to my audience of people who live in the Midwest. Ow. You can't see it, but it's there. That's what she said. You mean that's what you told her? Have you heard of DRS chess? You glue all your pieces to the other board, to the board in the cabinet, and keep claiming you're winning while your opponent moves around at will. Yeah, that's how that works. Who makes these fucking things? I'll invest in them. I'm bullish as shit on these. They're amazing. Ah. We finally found a more effective way of insulting your viewers. Alright, let's see. I might be able to invest in their distributor. Ferrero International. Ticker Lux. Huh. What the fuck is going on there? TRS. This is the end game. I think it just didn't trade any volume. Yeah, 0 volume. Also 0 volume today. It stopped trading volume in 2017. They're delisted, but how did I buy their candy? Oh shit, I have SPX puts. Oh, okay. We're good. Still mostly going down. Exotica sells glasses. Says ticker Lux. French. Oh, they're both private companies. They make Tic Tacs? That's insane. Hmm. They're based in Italy. They're not French. Apparently, they're like a huge private conglomerate. I've never wanted to invest in something so much and been unable to. Invented Nutella, the Kinder Surprise, Ferrero Rocher, as well as Tic Tacs before he died earlier this year, aged 89. Oh no. Ultimate sadness. I think he invented more candies than that. Because they have the white ones. Like you have the hazelnut one, and then you have the one with the coconut. And I can't remember what that one's called. But that one's really good too. I have a slice of coconut cheesecake in my fridge. I should eat that today. Are they an Orangina? I don't know. Refello. That's what those are called. What kind of cheese is on the cake? I don't know. I'd imagine cream. Cheesecake stream. Let's fucking go. I'm concerned about your blood sugar. I'm not. Ravonica and Bobby's tips are about to touch. Wait, hold on. No. Fubo's way closer. You check GME IV, it's ticking up. It's moved up a bit. 10% on weeklies, like 11% today on September 16s. These are up like 8. 24 DTEs are, I think, up 8% also. 30? 30s haven't moved up much, only 4%. I did it. You should check JFresh's DM and go, interesting. Holy shit. Bullish. Wait, that's the wrong stock. Is this good or bad for my 916 BBBY 35s? That's not a real contract. Okay, I'm gonna actually set a stop on my puts this time. Mind sharing with the class? It's not really relevant to that. It has to do with something else. If the SPX hits 38.95 again today, I would make so much fucking money. How far can BBBY fall? Are puts worth it? Not really. They're probably also overpriced. Any chance the Apple event on Wednesday helps my 916 calls? Which ones do you have? The 157s? I would pick up some more 155s right now while they're in range. Get Fubo away from Bobby. I don't want it even stink to rub off on my beautiful baby stock. Gherk strobe. What? What happened? No, don't stop me out. I waited so long. It's been like 15 minutes since I bought these. There we go. Yeah, just slide back down. That nice, comfortable range down here. You piece of shit. I have Apple calls. God damn it. Should probably buy some more Apple calls. 155 looks nice. I'm gonna do it. Sava squeezing. Oh shit, nice. I don't know if it's squeezing, but it's up a bunch. It's moving. Volume's dying off though. Thoughts on SPY for the rest of the week? Let's see. It found some stability today. Very low, but it found some. I think we'll see how the end of day goes. I think I'm going to straddle this range into the rest of the week. 39.10 and 39.05. For the 9th? Yeah. All right. See how that goes. But a single 155 for call for Apple 930. Guys, Fubo squeezing. Sorry, I had to. Cena song today? Gaff said times are hard. All right. Fuck. Was this squeeze on Fubo just you buying 1,000 shares? No.
Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might
I
like
closed the puts. Then I bought a straddle.
my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, 'cause it feels so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair.
It was a good straddle opportunity.
Bonafide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
Do I think what's possible? Son of a biscuit, my Fubo 350s weekly CCs are toast. How will I ever financially recover from this? I don't know. Maybe it drops 10 cents tomorrow and you're safe again. I don't know what you're asking, Isaac. You said it's intraday Dorito, and then you said, does Jamie have potential for VUPS or a big squeeze again in the next year? I might have some potential for VUPS in September. If Sinus doesn't cause VUPS, can we call it micro Sinus? It's causing big VUPS on the SPX. My puts are free now. If it goes up to 39.20, I'll be profitable on the straddle. Shut your mouth, Fubo only goes up. Narrator, it didn't go up to 39.20. I mean, that's fine too, right? I'll set a stop on this because the calls are up already. But where to set the stop is the question. 39.10. Yeah, I'll set it a little bit out. I don't know why you'd say something like that. Don't be a hater, OG rules. This is what I want. I want for the SPX to hit 39.50 today and then open at 38.50 tomorrow. Been away all day. AR hit risk. You still thinking about an entry? No. I did get into Apple below risk, which was kind of spicy. And oh, and AMD. And AMD below risk too. Most of my position on AMD is kind of like the farther dated calls. I am buying some 8250s in case there's like a small bump this week, but and those are the 916 ones. Come on, just fucking rip. You know you want to. I full ported $200 into Fubo. I'll see you on the moon, boys. Dude, you've almost got covered call shares. Look at you balling out. That's like fucking $9 a week. Hey, man. That $9 adds up. In 410 weeks, he can buy another 100 shares. All right, it's no joke. All right? I think so. No. 41? 40. 40 weeks. Fucking. This one, Fidelity, 9222. What mean? Fubo TV option. October 21, $7 put at the bid. 2,500 at 375 versus 11,000 OI. Reference 33,795. Bazinga. It sounds like a Bazinga like sold puts at the $7 strike. But can you post on our dividend how to show off those $9? Keep in mind that my $9 is compounding. Yeah. Well, slowly. It compounds every 40 weeks. Tell me if Tesla put with a break even of 262 is a good idea. Tesla's like doing good today. I don't think it doesn't seem like a good idea. How's my Apple doing? Oh, I'm almost in the money. Fubo might go crazy again. 0 shares available to short now. Interesting. I hope it does. That'd be cool. I have an obscene number of calls. Nice, Isaac. Fubo is in ETFs. Don't spoil the fun, Aradia. Thanks, Isaac. Should I sell my Bobby shares and pour it all into Jimmy shares at a loss? Man, that's up to you. Jimmy internalization must be getting off the charts right now. I don't think so. In fact, I think it's probably like dark pool utilization is probably down today. We almost hit covered call time for Jimmy. IV's starting to turn up a bit, which is cool. I think many are buying a ton more buys from retail than normal at these prices. Yeah, at 25 especially, it's like a big psychological level. How much time are you selecting for cover calls? 9/16s? Probably. It'll depend on how high weekly IV goes. But yeah, probably 9/16. I'll allow the fun and merriment to exist for your request. Thoughts on SCINE? It's on the London Stock Exchange. It's a failing European cinema chain. Have you been around for the last year and a half? There's a reason they're failing. Shorts aren't always wrong. Some companies just need to die. And 850 calls are worthless. That's why I keep buying them. GME is around 15 to 20 fair value. This is also book value. This is also based on current market conditions, correct? So if when we enter a recession, fair value price would drop as well, sub 10. No. GME should actually do well. Like it's a small well, it's a mid cap. It's very efficient, right? They have no debt. I don't really think a recession would drop their valuation greatly unless it drastically diminishes their revenue. WeBull float 178 million. Is that accurate? That sounds about right. If the cinema chain doesn't own either a gold mine or a biotech startup, then they aren't worth an investment. When would you say the ship has sailed in regards to a pullback to the SPY 400 range? Tomorrow? Next Wednesday? Some time there, right? Like so many of the put positions are so far dated. Yeah, it's really hard to tell at what point they're going to start to capitulate and reposition. They could be waiting for SLD and then exercise out and reposition into OPEX week. I don't know how much more downside there is until like the Fed forecast. So I mean, there's some, but after 38.50 or 385, 380, like that range, there's really not a lot of put interest on the lower part of the chain. Like we've kind of hit the end of the ramp down. Don't get me wrong. Girk once laughed at one of my jokes, and I was giddy for 3 days. Oh, Jesus. Ridiculous. I'm gold all day. Did ETF FTD covering happen on GME after GME today? Trying to see if I should shed these 916 and 821 calls. Well, the 821 calls expired a couple weeks ago, so those probably aren't any good anymore. I sold the 916 calls this morning when the market tanked. I think we did see covering today. Our volume is way higher than it's been the last like week or so. 6.16 million volume on GME traded today. It's quite a lot. But I think if they bought into the market downturn. SPX gonna go green. You can do it. Yeah, I bought a straddle. I'm gonna hold it for a couple days. This with regards to cat. Well, I mean, with cat, like I know where the lower support level is. Cat's still just sitting like at risk. So, I mean, this is just continued entry opportunity. I don't think it's moved against me. I mean, there was like some volatility spike in the morning, but I didn't enter on that, right? It dipped like a couple cents below risk and then came back up and still trading in the 180 range. If anything, it's stabilizing and consolidating in the like the lower expected range of the move. So, I mean, you could continue to position there and set stops below risk. I don't think it's like moving against the trade. Can an increased volume be due to the big drop attracting more buyers? I mean, most of the volume occurred before the big drop. We hit like 2 million volume by like 11 o'clock this morning. We had like 5 times our usual pre-market volume too. All of that is indicative of FTD covering. Because when CNS begins in the pre-market, and so when CNS is overloaded, you get a lot more pre-market volume. I think you get a couple PDT violations, right? Like the second one's the one where they suspend your account. I'm not sure though. I've never really gotten those. When I had under 20, like in accounts where I have under 25 grand, I use cash. And then accounts over, I mean, they're way over. Like I'm not at risk of PDT violations. Someone else might be able to answer that for you. Don't you get like don't you have like a couple trades that you can do before you get a violation though? Like 2? My Fubo calls are up a penny each. Is this how you feel all the time? No, not always. Three per week. That's what I thought, yeah. Why not just use a cash account? Like why are you trying to use margin when you have no money? I know you can get your first violation removed if it's your very first one. Cash accounts are 3 trades per day max? Really? That sucks. I don't think anyone else does that. Everyone else, you can trade as much as you want as long as you haven't run out of settled cash. I have no idea, man. Don't get your fucking market data from Yahoo Finance. It sucks. I think they use Morningstar, which is constantly incorrect about float data. Trading on the West Coast is way better on the East. Sure, I wake up at 6:30, but the day ends at 1 p.m. and I can actually do my job at 1/4 of the capacity for the remaining 4 hours. I've traded on both coasts, and yeah, trading on the West Coast is kind of better because you can, you start early, but then you can like finish up at 1, take a nap, and then you still have like a full day. Especially deep out of the money, gang. Up like never, but someday. Thanks, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Welcome back, or good luck in your continued travels. Trading on the West Coast is better than the East. Are you sure about the... Were you serious about those Bobby calls? What strike expiration? No, I wasn't fucking serious. I would never buy calls on that stock. Not unless it's fucking negative delta just goes... maxes out and fucking to the downside before OPEX. Trading for the middle, worst of all worlds. When's the next good opportunity to sell GME CCs? After earnings? Before? Probably? Well, if you want to take the risk before. If not, after. Breaking news. SPY closing below 390. Puts loaded. I'm okay with that. Apple said fuck my 155 calls as soon as I purchased them. Did you get some time on them, or did you just buy fucking weeklies? I love it when people buy weeklies to hold overnight. Yeah, well, that's because VIX moved up pretty hard today. OG rules. Volatility on SPX calls has been moving up. Or puts. Enjoying the wide side of the smile there. Wouldn't the next best opportunity to sell Jimmy CCs be after the peak of OPEX? The next best opportunity, but not the next opportunity. Yes, but my VIX Jan 30C is flat. What's your PT for Apple 155Cs? You can become a billionaire and find out. No, it's mid price targets 160.30. High PT at 162. Then just go check. I fucking post the chart in the thing. Had calls on BTC. I'm dead. Sorry, man. Why? Why would you be bullish on fake money in the middle of a massive market downturn? Did you think everyone was going to put their money into a digital currency when the economy went to shit? No. People like cash. You can stuff it in your pockets. You can roll around on your bed in it. Ripple to the moon, bro. Or tangible assets like fruit. Were you up late at a centaur bonfire or something? Seems like you've got an itchy hide today. No? When SPY 350? After your calls expire, your puts expire? Think how far I've come in my trading experience within just a couple short years. I remember watching SNL, hoping Dogecoin would moon like a regard not too long ago. Cole Murray, that wasn't even a year ago. Cole Murray, peak Dunning-Kruger. SPY gonna close below 390 today and trigger a massive sell-off tomorrow? I don't know. Probably not. Everyone's getting punished today. Bulls and bears. The market hates everything. SPY 350 for 16 p.m. on the day of his expiration. Was it over a year ago? No. Really? You know that there's still a Dogecoin subreddit? Better yet, there's people that are still buying it. That can't be true. I still have 1,000,000 SHIB. Congratulations. What's that, like $3? Oh, I need to re-enter my call side straddle. There we go. What's your general feeling with GME and OPEX in the future with GME's current price action? I don't know, it looks kind of good. It's concerning that ETF FTDs were so low. Like, generating volume with no significant price improvement is not a good sign. I hope I just have the count off, but I don't think I do. I can't believe I trusted you guys and lost everything. Down to 145 pounds from 186. Thanks, Gurk. I didn't sell you the cocaine, but congratulations on the weight loss. September OPEX, maybe a NOPEX? No. I don't think so, not yet. I just don't like the number of ETF FTDs. I think what happened is after the split was announced, they just walked away from their volatility positions and they're like, we're not shorting this shit anymore. And now they've started shorting it again. But I think it's going to take a little while for the cycles to build strength up again. And so we might be like here. We'll see how the ETF like pro rata shit goes down, because that could be like a totally different story, but Rev big FTDs the next 4 days. Am I reading the charts right? I don't think so. Next 2 days. Maybe. Although technically no FTDs reported for that period. It'd be very interesting to see if a bunch were generated and marked long, though. My October SpyX 3500 P's gonna print. SPX? I thought you just said they were for January. Now they're for October? Why did you roll them forward? Oh. What's the next week FTD date for Revlon? There isn't like a next big FTD date. There's dates we're looking at. September 7th and 8th, and then the 16th look promising. I went ahead and signed up for Apple Music so the stock can go up. You're welcome, everyone. Thanks, man. I have October 4150, 3800, 3500, and Jan 3500. Okay. I don't know if October 3500 is going to print. Man, you went really fucking far out of the money on those. Are they up at least? Like Jan 3500, okay, I can see a case being made for that. October 3500, I mean that's like a near-term crash. Yeah, they're green. I wish I bought 38s. I didn't, but I wish I had. I bought 4200s and 4150s, and I cut the 4200s at like 405, 406. I cut half of the 4150s today. Doesn't Kruger work for Cena size as well? Asking for a friend, of course. If you believe it, so does everyone else. What are your thoughts on selling a 155 weekly Apple put to get premium or to start wheeling if assigned? I'd be careful with that given the macro conditions. Like, you don't want to get assigned at 155 and then Apple drops to 145. If you have a buyback in place, like a stop, not the worst, but you would need the stock to move up to successfully wheel. Is BBBY done? Yeah, it was done 2 weeks ago. Revit 666, the prophecy shall be fulfilled. I don't believe you. That's pretty close. Maybe. Probably closing at 699. Fubo's still moving up. I don't understand the bullishness on this stock at all. Like, nothing's technically changed in the last 2 days, but it's moving up. Don't jinx it. Just pretend like it's not happening. Like, why is it up 8% today? If it can move down for a lot for no reason, it can move up a lot for no reason. That's true. You're an influencer now. You've been granted the power to pump a stock just by mentioning it. I feel like every time I mention a stock, it gets shorted into the ground. I mean, it could have ETF FTDs. It's unlikely, though. It's in really liquid ETFs. Like, IWM doesn't generally have a ton of fails. Yeah, accumulation buyout. I'm starting to think that we're seeing like stronger and stronger accumulation on it. Which is I'm okay with because it's still currently in my like target range for share purchase, but Fubo looks a lot like Bobby before it ripped. Mention stock, next day company files bankruptcy. 10,000 volume on Fubo, 916 4C. Huh. How much do those even cost? They're fucking 20 cents. Will RC also rug pull Fubo? Has Fubo been similarly shorted to BBBY? I think it was roughly the same amount of short interest. Like mid 30%. Although on Fubo, that's obviously a lot more shares because it's got a bigger float. On Bobby, it's like 24 million shares sold short, right? On Fubo, it's 54 million shares sold short. Yeah, they've been advertising a lot, I know. I even ran into some of their ads over the weekend. I saw a billboard for them and like someone was like talking about it at the table next to me in a restaurant, which is bullish, and they were like watching a like some sort of sports game with their friends. You physically ran into the ad? No. Come on into Fubo RC. Let me rug pull you and you can hold my tiny bags for once. I've been shilling Fubo to everyone I see. Jesus. I leave my apartment. You think RC will hand us a play like BBBY again? Oh, you mean one where it pumps immediately upon his buy-in, then drops to $5 for months? Then when it finally starts to run, he rug pulls us? Probably. Only to bang your neighbor and bring espresso down to the doorman. I'd give that guy a Keurig. He keeps losing all my packages. He's like, I get the notification that they're delivered, and then he's like, I don't know where I put them. Come back down later, and I'll see if I can find them. Like, what's he doing with them for that extra, 2 hours? I don't know. Fuck that guy. He's not getting a Christmas card from me this year. Why are people saying BBY has 102% short interest? Because they're stupid. Because they found one incorrect data source to support their argument. And they're going to cling to it forever and DRS their shares and talk about BBBY for the next 3 to 4 years. It's the German's obligation to go through your mail for safety. I just want them to give me my packages when I know they're there. Ortex causing problems again? No, I think it was worse than that. It was like Yahoo finance data or something. Thanks for the free packages, idiot. I love the calf high socks and coffee machine you get. They make great gifts for my mom. Thanks, Girk's neighbor. $200 KOI for September 16, $30, and $200 KOI for September 16, $30 puts. Sounds like a straddle. So I mean, someone's betting it's gonna move hard in one direction or the other. Making money off the arbitrage on my packages? Cheese are stealing your mail? Maybe. Two out of three of the concierge doormen in the luxury apartment buildings on my route have said that if they don't like a resident, they mess with them by delaying their packages. I know what's going on. He's a fucking prick. I'm gonna get him back too. I don't know how. I don't know when. But vengeance will be mine. Wouldn't Rev Jan 35 OI 100k plus 1 month? I don't know. What happens to Apple price action before, during, and after iPhone reveal event? Sometimes just nothing. It's not like anyone can afford them anymore. He's probably a super stonker. Oh, maybe. It could be that one time that I got really drunk and passed out in the lobby and threw up on the floor, but I don't think so. Right? Because I wouldn't hold a grudge against someone for that. It was on the carpet. But the carpet was softer. I wasn't going to lay on the marble part. That part hurts. Now, my pants were on. Steal his doors so he can no longer find fulfillment in life. I don't even know what his job actually fucking is. I think he spends his day sitting in a chair looking at DoorDash drivers' phones. He doesn't open the door for it's not like he's opening the door and hailing cabs, you know. He just sits at a fucking desk and throws people's packages against a wall. Shit on the floor and walk away like nothing happened. Throws your packages against the wall. No, it's everyone's. He's very inconsiderate with the packages. It was addressed at the co-op board meeting, which I'm allowed to attend but not vote in. Did you tip him at Christmas? I did, and I was still new to the building. He's probably watching the stream right now, day trading SPX options and throwing your packages against the wall extra hard. Awesome. Fortunately, I don't think I have anything being delivered today. Oh, no, I do. Fuck. Son of a bitch. I do. You should do some saucy poses on his Christmas cards. Maybe, like a boudoir collection. Ding ding. The day's done. I have nothing to say about today. The market has failed to pick a direction. And it sucked. Fuck your package. Thanks, doorman guy. So I guess we can review all the terrible things that happened today. So Revlon ran up a bunch and then just became the same price it always is. Closing the day at $6.69, which is bullish as fuck though. So something to consider. Trading 1.24 million volume, or 30% of its free float. BBBY, I'm not sure why we're still talking about. GME, a lot of volume, 7 million volume today traded, but no relevant price action except a slight run up this morning to 26.70 before it was brutally smashed down by the drop in the market. We have not recovered. I hope I counted the days wrong and we see some ETF FTD price action tomorrow, but I don't think I did. And if we do, it'd be less. Anything else worth talking about? Fubo exceeding all expectations and moving up 7.4% today on 12 million volume, which is kind of impressive given the shares outstanding. Looks like a lot of accumulation. I think we're seeing some of that out here, on like even on the daily. Especially if we start to recover here in this higher range. A turnaround here looks very good for like a spring test confirmation, and a move to possibly a higher level. So I'm liking the way this is set up. Maybe an entry into phase C Wyckoff. Decent volume still actually after the big run up on the 16th. And then yeah, that's it. That's all I got. SPY still kind of chopping between the upper 395 and lower 385 ranges. I think if we continue to settle in this range and bleed out some theta, we'll start to see some profit taking from the put side. And if that happens, you know, we can start to move up. I don't think we're going to see a big move up though. Especially now that we've fallen even lower. I think 400 is probably the limit for a test. So I'm moving down my expectations from, you know, 409, 405 to about 400, maybe a high of like 403. $270K share buy at close today. Interesting. All right, and yeah, I think that's about it for today. I'll be watching, you know, futures overnight, and I'll probably put out like an update around midnight tonight for everyone. Just on my thoughts on market conditions going into tomorrow. We've just got to take it day by day right now. Make sure if you're trying to enter anything long, you're getting plenty of theta. Go slow with your entries, you know, DCA in. Don't take your time. Don't be greedy. Don't rush into anything, and definitely stay the fuck away from weeklies. That's about it. I'll see you guys in the morning. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.